It's feeling good outside, kind of okay. I mean, it is Friday. We're happy about that, but that's a live look from our High Five camera. It already is 80 degrees as you get up on this Friday morning. Yes, 80 degrees at 7 o'clock. Let's bring in meteorologist Sergey Galindo on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about the temperatures this weekend. And Sergey, I know it's going to be warm, but it's not going to be as hot as we've experienced the last few days, right? Good morning.
Yeah, right. Good morning, Andrew. You are right about that. We are looking a little bit cooler, and I do mean just a little bit. Instead of dealing with those extreme heat warnings, we're going to be we're under a heat advisory for today. So we're down a category, and although that is not probably the relief that many of us would like to see, it at least is a little bit better for us. So some good news there. Here's a look at the clouds and radar picture. I'm showing you this because we're seeing a few more clouds today, which is going to help some of us be a little bit cooler this afternoon, because we're going to see more clouds starting to spread in, and some of those clouds could lead to a few isolated showers and storms, not for everybody, but for a few. So again, all things that could bring some areas relief, and we're excited about the fact that we are down a category and temperatures are even just a little bit cooler. Here's a live look out there, as Andrew showed you as well. A beautiful view on our camera here. You can see temperatures in the 70s and 80s. It's 80 degrees right now, but of course that only tells you part of the story, because when you factor in the humidity, it's already feeling warmer across the area. Check out Memphis, already feeling like 85 degrees at this hour. Same thing in Blytheville. It's feeling like 86 already in wind. So you already know what kind of day it's going to be. The winter right now, the coolest spot on the board, Ashland at 74, feeling like 74 degrees. Now, as we step through the afternoon, temperatures, of course, are going to heat up. And when we factor in the humidity at the height of it, it could feel as hot as 106. So not as extreme as yesterday, but still on the hot side. You still want to take it easy if you're going to be out and about. Limit any strenuous outdoor activity, and you don't want to be out there for prolonged periods of time. And of course, drink plenty of water. Let's talk about when we could see a couple of drops on the radar. As we go through the morning hours and into the early afternoon, I think we're in great shape. But by the time we hit 1, 2 o'clock, we could see a couple of isolated showers breaking out. This is right around 3 o'clock. A couple of spotty showers eastern Arkansas. Some of those could be in northeast Mississippi as well by then. And we could see a few more as we head into the latter part of the afternoon. But notice just drops. Nothing widespread. Not everybody's going to see rain. But if you do find yourself under a shower or a storm, it could produce a pretty good downpour, so look out for that. Tonight we're nice and dry, but we'll do the same thing again for your Saturday. By 3 o'clock, looking at some isolated showers and storms. Not a washout to your Saturday, but if you have outdoor plans, you'll want to be on the lookout for these. Keep that First Alert weather app handy, and then by 10 o'clock, we lose the heating of the day and we'll lose the shower chances. Skies back to mainly clear to just a few clouds. Sunday, more of the same. We're going to remain hot and humid. In fact, a little bit hotter on your Sunday, and the heat is going to crank up even more into Monday and Tuesday. But here's a look at your Sunday. If you're making plans, plan that it's going to be another instant kind of sweat day. As we head around 7 o'clock in the evening, things are nice and dry, but just like today and tomorrow, there could be a couple of isolated showers on Sunday, but I think the chance will be even lower for Sunday. 94 degrees for today, partly sunny, a spotty afternoon downpour not out of the question, or an isolated storm. We drop down to 77 degrees for tonight, partly cloudy, warm and muggy. And then as we make our way into tomorrow, I want to break things down for you. 7 o'clock in the morning, 78 degrees. So of course, if you have to do any yard work or cutting the grass, you'll want to do that early in the day or really late in the day. 78 degrees by 7, by noon 88, 93 by 3 o'clock. And notice by the afternoon, we could be ringing out a couple of spotty showers, but again, nothing widespread. Your forecast for your weekend overall, 93 on Saturday. Even hotter on Sunday, 94. Both days we're looking at just about a 20% chance for an isolated shower or storm. Let's talk about the muggy meter, because it's been on the very, very high side. Today a little bit down. You can see it here. Even Saturday we start to inch back up. But look, we continue to go right back up as we head into next week, and that's going to coincide with some hotter temperatures as well. Notice today 94, 93 for your Saturday, Sunday 94, but then temperatures just take another leap. 96 on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, 98 degrees. So get ready. The heat isn't going anywhere anytime soon, but it looks like we could see some relief by next weekend with temperatures in the lower 90s. Andrew?
Okay, Sergey, thank you so much. We appreciate you starting us off on the Action News 5 digital desk. Another live look from our High Five camera here as we look once again outside our High Five camera outside of our studios here at 1960 Union Avenue. Going to be another scorcher today, just not as hot as we are expected or as we have been dealing with the last several days. So we're going to be talking more about your weekend forecast throughout the morning here on Action News 5's digital desk. I also just want to remind you on some of the interviews we got planned for later today. Of course, we're going to be talking about back to school, free backpacks, school supplies, family fun. There is a City of Memphis back to school backpack giveaway on Tiger Lane. We're going to be talking with one of the organizers of the City of Memphis to tell us all about it, how you and your kiddos can get involved. We're also talking about one of the largest consumer shows in the U.S. coming to downtown Memphis at the Renaissance Convention Center. This is the Ducks Unlimited Expo coming to downtown Memphis. So we're going to talk to one of the organizers about how you can get involved. And then, as we mentioned, our digital desk forecast throughout the morning here as we go to break. So we're going to take a short 60-second break here on Action News 5's digital desk. And when we come back, we're going to be talking about ways to ease into that back-to-school routine, not only for the kiddos out there, but for parents too. That's in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk.
You stand by.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. As screen time soars for everybody out there, it's time for parents to put some limits on screen time for their kids. I mean, every parent out there should be putting some sort of limits on screen time, whether it's an iPad, a computer, a cell phone, even TVs. You got to put limits on that stuff. Get the kids outside, being active, playing in activities, that sort of thing. Well, we have some ideas, some great ways and suggestions to do just that, because too much screen time can really hurt your child's eyes. Joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk, I'm joined right now by Dr. Felicia Timberman. She is a pediatric optometrist, and she is with us to really talk about ways that we could limit that screen time out there so it's not necessarily punitive. Felicia, it's more of an exercise to get kids out and about doing things. Where do we start? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing this morning?
I am doing well, Felicia. So let's talk about some of these ways that parents can use in order to get kids away from those screens.
Absolutely. Well, let's just start first. What is myopia? Well, it's also known as nearsightedness, and this is actually due to the eye growing longer and faster than it should. And that's what's causing distant objects to appear blurrier out in the distance. And this could have a huge impact on the lifestyle of children, particularly as they're going into the learning environment and being in those types of settings. And the overall risk or the rate of development is really associated with those changing lifestyles of children. As you mentioned, spending less time outdoors and more times on screens.
Yeah, so tell me about, you mentioned that rates of nearsightedness, myopia, are going up, they're jumping up, they're spiking. How much actually are we seeing?
Yeah, so by the end of this decade, 2030, can you believe that's 5 years from now? We are seeing that about 50% of the North American population is projected to be living with myopia. So this is why it's such a concern. But also what's concerning is that we're seeing children develop it at much younger ages. And what we know from research is that the earlier the onset, the faster the progression. So it's really important to encourage that outdoor time. And research shows that 1.5 to 2 hours a day minimum can serve as a protective factor in either delaying or preventing the onset of this condition. But also it goes hand in hand of really limiting that screen time as well from recreational purposes.
So, Felicia, we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here on the digital desk. And I know that there's some parents out there that say, well, you know, Felicia, you're right. We need to be having more fun outside, but it's so hard to get my kid to go outside. What recommendations do you have?
Yeah, so even if you have to segment that, at least if we can get a minimum of 90 minutes of outdoor time, we know that's going to benefit the child overall. So it doesn't have to be all at once, but that's going to serve as a protective factor. But also we're finding this association of screen time and near work that's also related to the development and the progression of myopia. So really trying to limit that, find activities, hobbies that the child can enjoy. That's also going to be important and healthy for their eyes and their visual development.
I'm so sorry, Felicia. We're having some mic issues, but what happens if there's some parents out there that have some of these, that see some of these, I guess, studies or see things in their child that may suggest that they already are developing this nearsightedness, this myopia? What should a parent do if they see some of those symptoms?
Yeah, so it's always important that that child is getting that annual eye exam with their eye care provider. And that's to check their vision and eye health, but also to see if they have developed myopia. And the great news is that we have an innovative product, the first and only FDA-approved treatment to slow the progression of myopia, called the MiSight One Day Contact Lens. So this is FDA-approved for children at 8 to 12 years old at the initiation of treatment. And it's a daily disposable contact lens, so a safe product for that child, as well as a fresh pair every day. And it's going to provide a dual benefit of giving the child clear vision, similar to how they would see in standard contact lenses or glasses, but also simultaneously slowing down that progression of myopia so they don't have to see those big changes or jumps in their prescription year after year.
If someone wants to learn more about this program that you're talking about, where can they go?
Yeah, to learn more about the MiSight One Day Contact Lens, they can go to the MiSight website. That's MISIGHT.com to learn more about myopia, MiSight One Day, as well as it also has a locator to find an eye care provider near you.
All right, Felicia, thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate this. And yes, we need to make sure our kids are away from those screens as much as possible. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. So we're getting ready for school. We're getting ready for the routine. Perhaps there's some school systems that are already into that routine. And they've been in that routine for several days now. Going from summer session, where you're off for a couple of months, several weeks, to school every day, that can be a big transition, especially for some of those youngsters out there. So what are the best methods, maybe great suggestions, ideas for parents and students to get back into that school routine? Well, joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am joined by Dr. Lindsay Pate. She is a licensed child psychologist, therapist, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk just to kind of give us some great ideas and ways to ease into that school year. So, Lindsay, where do we begin on this? Because I know that there's going to be a little bit of maybe more of an anxious or stressful time for some of those parents out there. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So, mixed feelings are typical and common for both kids and parents when we're starting a new preschool or early childhood experience. And really, the first step is talking in advance to the children about what's going to be taking place. For some kids, it may be the first time that they have been away from their parent or caregiver for any amount of time. And so, really setting the expectations early and talking frequently about what to expect can help kids to better prepare.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Just kind of laying it out to them in their own terms, letting them know, okay, hey, look, we're going to drop you off here. You're going to have great friends. Mrs. whatever her name is going to be great for you. That's a great thing to just kind of lay out. What happens in those situations, though? And having two kids that are now in college, what happens in those situations when you drop off your kid and maybe there's some crying involved? There's a lot of tears. That stuff is really hard on the parents too.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I always say, to any parent that I work with or caregiver, you are the expert on your child. But in these circumstances, these early childhood care workers and teachers, they really are the professionals in that environment. And so following their lead and giving the care over to them can really communicate to the child they're responsible, they'll keep you safe, they know and they will take care of you. And mommy, daddy, grandma, grandpa, whomever it is, always comes back. So having that message to the child to say, this is where you're going to be going today. Here's what I'm going to be doing. Maybe not talking about the fun things that you'll do, but it's kind of boring. I have to go to work. I have to run errands. You get to play. You get to see friends. You get to eat snacks. And then here's the time that I'm going to be back. So kids really understand the routine, they have clear communication, and they have the trust communicated by the caregiver that this person will provide for you.
That's a great idea. That's good discussions there. Is it helpful to perhaps give that child, very young child, maybe a stuffed animal or something from home that can make them feel a little bit more secure?
Absolutely. I think most young children have some kind of attachment object or something that's really important to them. Currently for my child, there's one dog that has gone every day to school with them this year. And everybody knows Doug the dog. He's part of the routine. He takes a nap every day with the child. And that really can help to say, I have this item that I can hold on to. Kids also really connect to caregivers who say, I'm going to give a kiss here on your hand or here on your cheek, and you can hold on to it until I come back, and then you can give it back to me at the end of the day. And so helping them to stay tied into and recognize that there is something that connects me between the two environments and also helps me to have faith that my loved one is going to return back for me.
Great stuff there. So, Lindsay, what about the parents out there? Because we know there's a lot of moms that are going to be really stressed out too, making sure that their kids are okay. What am I going to be doing? How am I going to be able to do this effectively? Smooth transition, that sort of thing. What kind of recommendations do you have for them?
Yeah, I think it's just as important for preparing your child, but preparing yourself as well. And so, setting up for success doesn't mean just the night before getting into that school bedtime routine, but perhaps even a couple of weeks in advance, making sure we get quality sleep, making sure that we do some test runs on packing the backpack and driving to school. It doesn't always have to be a stuffed animal that the kid could take, but we could create a little photo book of here's the picture of so and so's school, here's a picture of mommy driving up to get you after school. And so they could have that with them and look at it throughout the day. The public library has a lot of great resources and books about transitions and making new friends. And that truly is one of the strongest benefits that we know for early childhood, is that being around kids and peers is how young children learn. It's through the art of play. And so being able to engage and interact with other young kids is a gift that caregivers can give to their young children as far as development and growth.
I love your suggestions, your recommendations. These are really spot on point for so many families that join us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. What else could we offer as a way to help some of those parents with those little toddlers, maybe perhaps starting school or going back, kindergarten, first grade, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I think most schools thankfully now have orientation days or visits where you get to meet the teacher, see your classroom, really orient to the new space and environment. If at all possible, go to those, even if it is the same school that the child attended the year prior, because it's a new teacher, particularly new classmates, an opportunity for caregivers to meet other parents. And so we might be able to set up play dates or park visits where other kids they can engage with and interact, at least have a familiar face for those first few days of school, and help them to talk with that teacher or caregiver in advance and say, these are my concerns about my child. Here's what they do well. How can we build off those strengths and buffer against anything that might be a challenge? If I know it's going to be hard that first day for them to leave, can I stick around a few minutes? But then we have a plan in place together for me to say, okay, here's my code word that I need to exit, and truly have a one, I'm leaving, goodbye, here's our song that we sing before I go, or here's the final hug, and you're going to give me the hug back at the end of the day, and then exit and not return. Because coming back actually communicates to the child that they're not safe without you. And so having that really clear and clean removal from the environment may be harder on the mom and dad, but actually tells the child that they can handle it.
Yeah, that's great stuff. I enjoy that. And so many schools these days, have kind of a session before, or at least a meet and greet before school begins, to kind of make sure you see the lay of the land. The kid does as well. You interact with the teacher beforehand. So I know that's beneficial for some families out there. Anything else you want to mention, Lindsay, before we let you go?
I think just, again, routine, communication, and consistency. It applies pretty much across the board of this age range for young children. It's predictable. It helps them feel safe. It helps them normalize their experiences. But especially in a school setting where things are new and different, it can actually help calm the worries and the fears that your child may be having.
Wonderful. Okay, Dr. Lindsay Pate, licensed child psychologist and therapist, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you so much for these ideas, suggestions, and ways to kind of ease in to that new school routine for all those little kiddos out there. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are in some of the hottest days of the summer, certainly the dog days of summer, where temperatures are in the triple digits when you combine the heat and humidity. And just because they are here, just because summer is heating up, doesn't mean that you have to pause your workout routine if you like to be outside and work out. There's so many Mid-Southerners that do that. So joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I have the pleasure of introducing Mariah Lamatina, a fitness trainer at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, to talk about what we can do to still get that exercise bump and yet withstand some of these hot and humid conditions. Mariah, good morning. Where do we start when it comes to having that perfect exercise routine while staying safe in these dangerously hot conditions? Good morning.
Hi, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here and share. I am actually experiencing my first true Memphis summer here. So I am applying all the stuff that I know and that I'm learning from everyone around here at Lifetime to make sure that I stay safe in this ridiculously hot heat here. I don't know if you guys have noticed where you live. It's really hot.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, all you got to do is go outside and you immediately get smacked in the face with it. And you know, I mean, the best idea would be to just do a workout inside. But I know that there's a lot of people, you know, my wife included, who just enjoys going outside and working out outdoors, either running or jogging, that sort of thing. So what would be your advice if someone wants to do that, even though we have these hot temperatures?
You're exactly right. I mean, my first choice, if I could choose, would be to come into your nearest Lifetime and take advantage of all of our amenities here. You can drop the kids off in the Kids Academy. You can do an indoor class workout with one of our awesome performers or hang out on the strength floor. And then, you know, once your workout's done, maybe you're finding that indoor pickleball court or taking the kids out to the pool and playing in the fun sun out there. That would be my top choice if it were me in the next little bit of time this year. But if you can't do that, or if you want to, I am a cyclist, so obviously that takes me out on the road. There are a lot of tips that you can do to make sure that you stay safe and enjoy your workouts even when you have to be outside. So first of all, I would say hydration starts long before your actual workout. So you want to make sure that you stay hydrated. You can lose 1 to 2 ounces of fluid in intense workouts. So you want to make sure that you are building that fluid up in your body before, during, and after your workouts to make sure that you stay safe. The water that you lose is not just water. So when you sweat, it is losing minerals and electrolytes as well. So I pulled out some of our awesome Lifetime nutrition supplements that we have here. Our LTH Hydrate is my go-to. I have all my clients drinking this. This is my spicy margarita flavor, which is my favorite right now. But that is going to replenish some of the sodium, potassium, magnesium, things like that, that you are also losing in your sweat.
Great advice there. I love it, Mariah. I mean, and you're right. I mean, it's so important to maintain that hydration way before you go out and exercise. And I know a lot of people try to beat the heat, as many people say, by working out either in the early morning or late in the evening. Would you recommend that?
Yes. I think early morning, get it done before the sun is just beating down on you. It's going to be a great way to start your day and your routine anyway, before work and kids and things get busy. Life happens and we find reasons to not get it in anyway. So get up, get it in early. That's going to be the coolest time of the morning. I've been walking at night as well, but it's not cool until I don't even know if it gets cool, if I would consider it 8 or 9 p.m. cool anymore, but that will be your safest times of the day if you can plan for that.
You know, I know a lot of times we want to wear, skin protection, SPF, 30 or higher. But, a lot of times I hear the complaints that if you wear a lot of, sunscreen out there, it just makes you sweat even more. And then you can't reapply while you're working out and it's a big pain. I mean, where do you stand on that?
I am all about sun protection. You can see this blonde, fair skin here needs it. So I recommend doing it, even if it's not the most comfortable thing for you, making sure it's a high quality sunscreen with, like you said, 30 to 50 or more would be great in the SPF range. And then also you can wear light clothing. Sweat wicking fabric is great because it's going to keep you drier, and light clothing, right? Because you're going to bake if you just try to wear that really dark clothing in the bright sun.
Yeah, good point there. Where do people, do you think, Mariah, make the biggest mistakes when it comes to exercising outdoors?
Probably focusing on the intensity of the workout and not listening to your body. So that is the most important topic that I can address today. You want to always listen to those warning signs. Your body is trying to tell you how it's feeling. And if you're just deciding to push through for the sake of one workout, that's not going to help you in the long run. We're working out for health. We're working out for longevity. We're not just trying to check off this one intense workout. So make sure that you know the signs that your body is telling you if you're starting to feel a headache or you're starting to get cramps. You know that that dehydration is probably there and you're going to need some electrolytes and some water to hydrate. If you start getting past that point, heat exhaustion is real and you can start feeling more symptoms, more intense symptoms where you're feeling dizzy or you're even sweating more profusely than you were before. And then that can even go into heat stroke, which is an incredibly dangerous medical condition where you actually stop sweating. Your body needs to sweat. It needs to be hydrated enough to sweat to cool your body down. But once it gets to that point of not being able to cool you down enough, it's going to stop and you're going to have some serious problems. So just listen to those really early signs, hydrate well before, during, and after. Make sure you never even get to those points.
Good advice, Mariah. Anything else before we let you go with regards to hydrating, water, electrolytes, anything?
I think those are the big things. Just be careful, listen to your body. One workout is not worth, destroying everything that you've been working for and getting sick. So just making sure that you're replacing those electrolytes. Water, the recommended dosage is usually half of your body weight in ounces for a general rule of thumb, which is great. So if you were 160 pounds, you would want to drink about 80 ounces of water a day. But when you are out in the heat, that is just not going to be enough. So you want to make sure that you're drinking about 16 to 20 ounces of water during that workout. Make sure you're rehydrating every hour so that you really stay healthy and hydrated and safe. I don't know if we should talk about urine on the news, although I have Crohn's disease, so I usually end up talking about all kinds of things on my conversations with my clients. But if you check your urine color, that is going to tell you a lot. Your body is trying to tell you. So if it's light and pale, you are doing good, you're drinking well. But if it starts to get into that darker amber color, you really want to be careful and make sure you're getting those fluids in. Oops, I'm sorry, I lost.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I lost audio there for it. Now I can hear you.
No, what I was saying is the color of the urine is very important. Again, that's one of your your body is telling you, hey, look, you got a problem, or you're in the clear. When you talk about spicy margaritas to hydrate, maybe people get the wrong impression. But no, we're talking about the actual right. We're talking about electrolytes and the mix there. So no, totally get it. Really appreciate this, Mariah. Thank you for joining us on the Digital Desk, just to kind of give everybody friendly reminders out there, refresher on how to stay safe in this heat if you do want to exercise outside. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. And if you can move it inside over the next couple weeks, I would prefer to do that for the most part. We have a Lifetime app that actually is free for members and non-members, and that you can download and get all kinds of free classes and content. That's also where you can find our supplements, and you don't have to be a member to take advantage of those supplements either. So just drop in the app and maybe find a workout that you can do in your home and stay out of that heat when it is those crazy heat advisories here.
No question about it, Mariah Lama Tina joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We've talked about this. Parenting these days is so difficult, so challenging. I mean, think about it. It's tough enough just to be a parent, but when you throw in social media, new technology, cell phones, it can make parenting that much more challenging. So joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk this morning, I am talking with someone who can help us in this digital age, Mickey Wilson. She is part of the National PTA. She's joining us on the digital desk to talk more about this issue. Mickey, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Andrew. I'm great today. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. And as I work to pull you up here, tell me about ways to make parenting in the digital age healthy. I mean, what are some ways that we can help some of those parents out there that, I mean, as you know, I mean, this is something that is so difficult, so challenging when you take away cell phones, when you take away the digital age. But now we have the digital age. It's here to stay. So where do we begin on all this?
Well, I like to think that it begins with a conversation, and not just one conversation, but ongoing conversations, right? And you can't start that conversation at home with your children or your child early enough. So one of the approaches we love to use is the 3P approach, and that is having positive, proactive, practical conversations. We keep them positive because we know that fearing or instilling fear or shaming our children around social media and the devices and everything, that doesn't change their behavior. So we like to keep it positive. Keeping it proactive, starting those conversations as early as possible. We don't want to wait until something bad happens, right? Until our children have a negative experience. And practical is simply about meeting parents and families where they are at, because we know that there's not a one size fits all solution. So on one side of the house, we say positive, proactive, and practical conversations. And then we also like to encourage the talk, try, and teach method. If you are worried about the social media apps and the games, we encourage you to talk to your children about the apps and the games that they're using. Try the apps and their games with them, right? And teach them security and privacy settings that help keep them safe. So those are two approaches in relation to the conversations, but also the role modeling and meeting your child where they're at to learn more about how they see social media and technology.
That's a great step. I really think so, Mickey. I mean, you're having the conversation, you're looking at their phone, you're showing how you should use this new technology. Let's talk about limits now, because I think parents really kind of run the gamut when it comes to limiting social media. Some parents won't let a child have a smartphone, I should say, until about 16. But, you know, having kids that are in college now, I know that when they were in middle school, even in middle school, they needed some sort of smartphone to know when the practice was, know what other teammates are doing with their various activities, clubs, that sort of thing. So what's the best way for parents to put the proper limits, but yet still let them be in touch with their friends, their teachers, their staff members, coaches, that sort of thing.
So true. That's why the conversation is so important, right? Because we know that parents know their children best. We know, they know what's best for their children. But what we've seen is trying to restrict children, particularly teens, they are not going for that. So having the conversation and really learning how they're using the technology, the social media, and everything is very important in creating a conversation around how to set some guidelines and boundaries. So I'll talk quickly about two programs that we have available from PTA connected through our initiative. One is the Smart Talk. It's just a free tool where you can sit down with your child and create guidelines and boundaries around what is healthy device use, technology use look like in our home. And that empowers the child to be part of the process, but also everybody in the household has to follow these rules. So it complements with, again, that positive role modeling. Another program is called Create with Kindness, and this has been at the high school level, and we do this in collaboration with TikTok. And the feature of this program is that we incorporate an adult and a youth panel. We really get to hear from youth how they're using technology, why it's important to them, and then they also tell parents the things they should not fear, because parents sometimes come in with the doom and gloom because we want to protect our children. But the teens are saying, like, look, we're very aware of what's going on too. We actually need this because it complements our lives, right? Educationally, visiting college campuses and whatnot. And one thing I've heard interesting from teens is they are very aware. They cannot wait until they're 21 and an adult to learn about the technology and have access to phones too. So again, starting an earlier conversation gets everybody on the same page, takes away a little bit of the fear, and allows us to figure out what is the best approach for our child, our family. What does that look like for us?
What about parental control apps out there, Mickey? There are a lot that people can install on their phones and on their kids' phones to just kind of monitor what they're looking at.
Yeah, there's a lot. I would say there are apps out there for parental control, but I would really recommend that the social media apps that we're currently using, right, from the Instagrams to the Facebooks to the TikToks and whatever have you, they're not going anywhere anytime soon. And in collaborating with these companies, they have enhanced and optimized their parental controls, the safety features. We find a lot of times that parents don't often know all of the features they have access to be able to monitor and get a sense of how much their kids are using their devices too. So I would encourage parents, families, caregivers to get very familiar with the privacy controls, the parental controls, and the settings that are native to the social media apps that your children are already on.
Is there a place online where we can kind of look at some of the things that you offered and suggested in our interview?
There absolutely is. I encourage you to visit our website at pta.org/connected. There, you're going to have access to all of our resources. These programs, resources, and tools are completely free. You could download them today and start, but you go there, you're going to find everything that you need.
Okay, Mickey Wilson with National PTA. I appreciate this discussion, and I know that our viewers also did as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. A really great conversation for you, a necessary conversation to have. Parents, I hope if you're listening now, you'll turn up your TV. This conversation, we're talking about preventing hot car deaths. And I know during the summer months, a huge conversation is how do we keep our kids safe, right? Keep them away from heat-related injuries or deaths. And I'm bringing in now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk is one of our good friends. We're bringing in the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration Highway Safety Specialist, Laura Dunn. She's the expert in this topic, and she's here to brief us about this necessary conversation. Good morning to you, Laura.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I was reading through some of the numbers, and it's really, I mean, to think about that so many, over 1,000 children have died of pediatric vehicular heat stroke. This is an important conversation to have because we want to prevent this. We want to bring these numbers down. Where do we start in this conversation?
So unfortunately, we've lost 15 children so far this year to hot car deaths. In Tennessee, since 1998, we've lost 33 children. All of those are preventable. So I want to talk about the three main ways that hot car deaths happen. And the first of which is when a parent or caregiver forgets a child in a vehicle for whatever reason. That accounts for about half of these deaths. The next way this happens is when children gain access to a vehicle and then they're not able to get out again. Maybe they're playing a game or pretending to drive something. And then the third scenario when this happens is when parents or caregivers make an intentional choice to leave a child in a car to go do an errand or something quickly like that. So we want to discourage people from leaving their kids in the car for any amount of time. It's just not a safe situation.
Absolutely. And it's so easy, especially as parents, to say, this can't happen to me, but it happens and it can happen. So when we talk about this, I know there are things that you guys are doing on your end, of course, like the heat stroke prevention campaign. And I love the slogan because it says, stop, look, and lock. Tell me more about this campaign.
That's right. This campaign was launched in 2024 and it's called the Never Happens campaign. It's in partnership with the Ad Council to show parents that that never scenario can happen to them. Many parents think that their children will never be a victim of hot car or that they could never forget their child, but it does happen to dozens of families every year. So we want to show parents and caregivers how this can happen and how they can prevent it. So we want to encourage parents with that life-saving message of once you park, stop, look, and lock. Before leaving your car, stop, look in the back seat for your child, make sure they're where they're supposed to be, not in the car, and then lock up for the day. And keep your doors locked so a child can't crawl into your car and become trapped.
Yeah. Are there any other numbers you want to break down here? I'm just looking at over some of the information that I was reading prior to this interview because you don't realize it, but this impacts so many people, right? I mean, one of these numbers, it says, I think as of June, so as of this previous month, 7 children have already died from vehicular heat stroke. And I believe you said 15 now. We're at 15 at this point?
Yeah, we are
So
at
these
15
numbers
this year for
continue to rise.
2025. And it's just tragic. One thing that I want to make sure that people understand is how quickly this can happen. In just about 10 minutes, a car can heat up by about 20 degrees inside. So we want to make sure that people are not making that choice to leave their children inside the car because children are so much more susceptible to heat stroke. Their bodies can't regulate temperature like adults can. So it's important that we take our children inside and don't leave them unattended in cars for any reason.
Yeah. Laura, can you emphasize on the importance of, I know some parents are like, well, if I let the window down, if I leave a crack, that's okay. That's not okay, right?
Right. Cracking a window, parking in the shade, both of those things do very little to change that inside temperature of a vehicle. And over time, that inside of that vehicle, it's kind of like a greenhouse effect. It just keeps getting hotter and hotter and hotter inside and becomes dangerous really quickly and continues to become more dangerous. So this is not something that we want to mess with. It's just, I'm a parent of young children. I understand that impulse to do something quickly and come back, but it's just not a safe choice to make with your children.
It's not. So let's talk about some of the resources available not only for parents but caregivers. What additional information can you tell us there?
On our website, we have tips and resources about how to prevent hot car deaths. We have our PSA videos that people can access and share with their networks. And our website is nhtsa.gov/heatstroke. And that's where people can find those resources in both English and in Spanish.
All right, that's Laura Dunn with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, breaking it all down for us. Again, we are trying to prevent these hot car deaths, especially with our children. Laura, was there anything else that you wanted to say or you were prepared to say that I did not ask you today?
I would say that everybody has a part to play in preventing hot car deaths. And if you ever see a child in distress in a vehicle, act immediately. Call 911, get that child help, because every minute counts for that child that's in distress. Thank you.
I love it. We can end it on that note. Every minute counts. Again, that's Laura Dunn joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks so much. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. It's the summer months and we all know this heat, man. You feel it as soon as you walk out the door. But with the summer, we also deal with extreme weather incidents, and they all serve as a powerful reminder of the serious risk and the danger of simply not being prepared. And this conversation we have for you today is all about how to be ready for the next natural disaster. Bringing in on the Action News 5 Digital Desk is Lieutenant Colonel Nate Weander, the Deputy Commander of the New Orleans District, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Good morning to you, sir.
Morning.
Thank you so much for stopping by the Action News 5 Digital Desk. This is such an important conversation, and timely, I should say, with it being the summer months. You're the expert here. You have decades, or nearly 2 decades of experience of just that hands-on leadership in natural disasters, most recently those California wildfires that they experienced. Based on your experience, what's the first thing, like what do we jump into when it comes to being prepared? What would you tell our viewers?
I look at this through an Army lens. In the Army, we talk about readiness a lot. Can you execute your assigned tasks with no notice? And that's really what I would ask your viewers to do. What can you do now to be prepared? And I'll offer a few things. The first thing is have a plan. If you take a medication or you have family members take medication, have several days of that medication on hand. I think it's important also to have a good flashlight with extra batteries, not just your phone, but an actual flashlight. Probably not a bad idea to have a radio with batteries as well in case you lose power. With that, it's always a good idea to have a to-go bag for everyone in your family. That'll get you through 3 or 4 days if you have to displace. With that, if you have animals, don't forget about your pets. That can be a point of friction, as you're in a stressful situation. Have a plan ahead of time. If you have to evacuate where you're at, have a plan where you can go. Do you have family or friends outside the local area that can take you and your animals? Or do you need to start looking for hotels that are pet friendly? And then finally, look at your routes ahead of time. Have a good think about how you're going to get out of your area if you need to, and be prepared to. And you'll be prepared as you can be.
Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel, based on your experience, this is all good advice here, but talk a little bit about the benefits. I mean, the reason why, when people follow these guidelines, when they have all these necessary things, how it saves lives. I know you've seen that firsthand.
Yeah, and that's, that really goes to, we work across the federal government along with the state and local governments in consultation, providing the best engineering and technical advice to those stakeholders. And I'd encourage you, if your local government leaders are asking you to evacuate, please evacuate. That gets you out of the impact area, so that when we do come in, if we do have to come in, you're not a victim in the impact area, but you're away safe. You're at a hotel, you're with friends, you're with family. you're not in that situation where we're not going into a life-saving mode on your behalf. Always a good idea to get out if you can.
I love that. Great advice there. Of course, I know that you are busy today sharing this helpful advice all over. And before we let you go, I must ask you, for people who want to learn more, they want to know how to prepare themselves for natural disasters, because you never know when, right? Where can they get this additional information to continue to educate themselves?
Yeah, so first I'll offer go to goarmy.com. You know, the Army is very used to dealing with chaotic and challenging situations. So always good information there, as well as career advice if you got young people in your life looking for a career of service or a career where they have an opportunity for some adventure. And secondarily, go to your local U.S. Army Corps of Engineer district webpage. That'll be bespoke information for your local area and have links to your local state and other federal partners to keep you up to date.
You're hearing it firsthand from Lieutenant Colonel Nate Weander, the Deputy Commander of the New Orleans District, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Was there anything else that you were prepared to say or that you want to share on our platform today?
You know, I'll just tell you, the Army is a really wonderful organization. You know, we're a worldwide organization. We have 250 careers. I've served with everyone from welders to surgeons on active duty. And then we also have the National Guard that responds to every emergency in their state, as well as the Reserve for a little bit different flavor. We're very good at this. If you've got young people in your life that are looking to grow themselves, to find a way to serve their nation, serve their community, and develop themselves, it's a wonderful career path. I encourage anyone to take a good hard look.
We're honored to have you on the digital desk. Thank you so much for your service and all you do. Again, that's Lieutenant Nate Weander. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The time now is 8:04. Here's our question for you this morning. Do you want to know more about Earth, right? We're always curious minds, right? Well, NASA will launch a groundbreaking new satellite to track Earth's changes across Earth's land and ice surfaces. And I'm not going to act like I know what these changes are like, but I'm bringing in an expert this morning. Joining me right now is Mark Klemplin. He is with NASA here. He's one of the execs. I think we had a talent change here. So Mark is now joining us. Good morning to you, Mark. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Well, thanks so much for stopping by the Action News 5 Digital Desk. So let's just talk about this new upgrade, because I hear not only is this something that's new and improved, but it's a game changer for the way that we view Earth. So tell us more. What will this new mission accomplish here?
So this new mission is really designed to study the surface of the Earth and essentially collect a 3D view of the world. So it maps the world every 3 or 4 days, and essentially collects a map that allows us to see surface changes on the surface of the planet at the order of precision of around a centimeter over an area of about half a tennis court size. So that allows us to do a lot of things. We can study crop health for agriculture. We can also study a range of different hazards such as earthquakes, landslides, shoreline erosion, and we can also study volcanoes and see subsidence around buildings. So anytime you can do these kind of measurements, you can do a lot of different science. And we really think of this satellite as a kind of Swiss Army knife in that allows us so many new capabilities.
I love that. I love that. So this is obviously a huge improvement for us. Let's talk about, I'm reading that this also is unique because it has 2 sets of radar eyes to monitor changes on Earth's surfaces. Can you break that down for me? What does that mean?
So what it means is that basically it has 2 different radar systems. So one it operates at one wavelength and another operates at a different wavelength, which give us different sensitivities. But the basic way that this satellite works is something called synthetic aperture radiometry. And so we basically use this big 40-foot diameter dish to beam radar signals to the Earth. They bounce back and we measure them, but we measure them so that as we go round in an orbit, we're actually collecting overlapping signals. So that allows us to get this really precise measurements of the Earth's surface, because we're essentially simulating a much larger aperture than the actual size of the 40-foot dish. So this is a really a big advance in NASA's ability to do these kind of measurements.
Yeah, so how soon will we see these new advancements?
So we're planning to launch this satellite in a few weeks. It will launch on July 30th. It's a partnership with the Indian Space Research Organization and will launch from the coast of Southeast India. We expect to start operating and collecting science a few months after the launch. You know, we need time to unpack that big dish in space and get it set up and operational.
I love that. So definitely a tedious process here. So I must ask you, Mark, personally, are there any observations or are there any things that you're looking forward to, you know, or excited about uncovering?
I think for me, the real excitement in this mission is the benefit it brings society in so many different areas. It will have a lot of economic impacts, and it will also, you know, benefit a lot of our first responders in disasters, whether that be earthquakes or floods, fires. You know, it really has the ability to make a lot of very important contributions.
That's Mark Klemplin there breaking it down for us about this new upgrade, this launch of a new satellite. Is there any additional information you want to share with our viewers who are just kind of curious now on the what's next? Obviously, you said this is going to happen just down the road, not too far from today. So is there any additional information you want our viewers to be aware of?
Absolutely. So if you're interested and want to learn more, you can go to nasa.gov/NISAR. Or you can also go to NASA's YouTube page, and there you'll find videos that explain how this mission works, and is also a place where you can watch the launch.
All right, again, that's Mark Klemplin there joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you so much for stopping by and sharing this great information. Again, NASA will launch a groundbreaking new satellite that will track Earth's changes across Earth's land and ice surfaces, giving you those answers that you're all curious to. Mark, thanks so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm joined by Daily Memphian reporter Sam Hardiman, who has written a story about Memphis Mayor Paul Young reshuffling his cabinet a little bit, including several new department heads to be more focused on his vision and push his vision for city government. Sam, glad to have you on the Action News 5 digital desk. What is the mayor's decision based upon these different cabinet moves, in your best opinion? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me on. I think your question is a complicated one and a difficult one to answer. It's a good question. The mayor, first has had some attrition on his staff, has, removed some staff members over time. And then he's also made some decisions based on what he feels are the best fits for him, his skill set, and what he's in accomplishing what he wants to see for the city. And so I'll take that last bit first. He recently appointed John Zena, a longtime head of planning and development for Memphis and Shelby County, as the city's first head of development and infrastructure. And what that does is essentially bifurcates city government. Before, almost all city department heads, SANS, fire, and police were reporting up to Chief Operating Officer Antonio Adams. Now about half of them are. And another half are reporting up to John Zena. So that effectively split city government. And as the mayor said, this move is allowed, and this is, an important piece of the story that people should keep in mind, is that both the mayor and John Zena are planners. They're literally city planners, okay? So their job is, they're trained in creating documents and creating visions for how places should grow. And so what's going to be really interesting now is, you have the city's chief executive, and then one of his second in commands, are city planners, and how they, over these next 2 years, try to shape the city, and the moves they make are going to be really interesting there.
Yeah, I was reading more about that, Sam, and it's like you have this city planner whose emphasis, I guess, his big signature mark was Memphis 3.0, and I know that there's a lot of layers to that whole project, but maybe can you talk about maybe a little bit of what Memphis 3.0 is all about? Because I would assume him getting this head of development and infrastructure, that would be more of an idea that, okay, we're moving forward with Memphis 3.0 full steam ahead.
Yeah, and so I can't give this giant plan justice in a few seconds soundbite here, but I think it's a comprehensive plan, and it divides the city up into different areas and different neighborhoods, and focuses on which, even intersections or, pieces of neighborhoods need development from the city, as in city infrastructure. And one of the things to keep in mind before we get into weird planning, weirdness about how that's very dense. Anyone who lives in the city of Memphis knows that there's a ton of vacant land in the city of Memphis. This is a city that is 300 square miles. I was just recently in Denver for a friend's trip, a buddy's trip, and the city of Denver has more people inside it. It has 712,000 person population. It has 153 square miles. The city of Memphis has about 618,000 people in it, in about 300 square miles. So it's a giant city, okay, in terms of land area. And so a lot of that area is vacant. And Memphis 3.0 really focuses on the idea that there's plenty of land in the city of Memphis. How does it get redeveloped? How does it get redeveloped thoughtfully, right? Should we be encouraging, something in an industrial area part of town? Should we be encouraging more residential there? Or should we be sort of encouraging some of the existing, stable, thriving neighborhoods of Memphis, maybe having some more multifamily, so we have, not just upper class folks in that area, but middle class folks, but doing that thoughtfully. And so all of those things are what the plan considers. There's a real difference between putting something on paper and executing it in reality.
I appreciate you breaking that down for us, Sam. Thank you. There was another person that was appointed, I guess, a neighborhood improvement role, code enforcement, litter control, blight, that sort of thing. What I didn't notice is anything focused on crime in the area, which tells me that the mayor's happy with what he has in terms of the people overseeing the police department, the police officers, and crime going down in the city when you look at the violent crime. And is that too big of an assumption, or where do you think, am I off base?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we should draw from a story that I read what the mayor fully thinks about crime and the function of the police department. I don't think, and we don't cover that there because that's not really the mayor's cabinet. The mayor's cabinet is the police chief. He appoints and oversees Police Chief C.J. Davis, right? Who then runs the police department, right? That's how that's supposed to work. That's not in City Hall. That's in a separate building, literally, right? What the story was focused on was what is happening inside city government at 125 North Main Street, not right next door at 170 North Main Street. I think that's a different bowl of wax that we may cover in the future, but I just would be I would be careful in what I would say about that because I'm not sure. Like, I think the article itself was more about what's happening at 125 North Main, not 170.
Fair enough, Sam. There are a lot of people that still complain to me about how much litter there is on Memphis streets and how back in the day, a long time ago, Memphis was one of the cleanest cities in the country. Does this promotion of Melanie Neal, does that give us a little bit of insight into perhaps more of an emphasis on beautification, blight, litter control, that sort of thing, code enforcement?
Yeah, I think so. I think the mayor definitely, and you can read his comments from me. I'll paraphrase them here. I don't have the direct quote memorized, but essentially, he talked about there are two things that really contribute to the negative perception of Memphis. One, we just talked about crime, right? Crime, and it hasn't really gone away. It's maybe decreased some, maybe, but then there's the beautification aspect. Memphis at times, and I drive all over the city, all different parts of town, not just up and down the Poplar Corridor. This city does not look good a lot of the time, and there are a lot of places where it doesn't look good, and it could look better. And the mayor is talking about like focusing that, and the Department of Community Enhancement being the focus of that. At the same time, like I just said about Memphis 3.0, it's really easy to say it. It's really easy to put it on paper. It's really a lot harder to do. And then I'd also say to the people who talk about Memphis being cleaner in the past, right? A lot of the people who say that have been longtime Memphians. And one of the things that I think we as Memphians need to keep in mind about how this city grew, and I just talked about the 300 square miles. The 300 square miles really matter here. When Memphis was a cleaner city, it was a smaller city. It was easier to clean. It was easier to pave the streets. It was easier for the police to patrol because they had less miles to drive. Okay? Now we are in a 300 square mile city that is very dirty and has a lot of crime in it. Okay? Those things, it takes resources and it takes a lot of intentionality and effectiveness to make that happen. And so I would just say to everybody, when you ruminate on the past, remember that the square mileage of the city was a lot smaller. And that's a very important thing here.
Okay, Daily Memphian government and politics reporter Sam Hardiman joining us on the digital desk. He has a new article out on the Daily Memphian, dailymemphian.com. Memphis Mayor Paul Young shook up his cabinet. Here's why. Sam, thanks for talking with us about that and some of the details behind that article. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I am so proud about our next guest joining us on the digital desk. College game day analyst Kirk Herbstreit joining us right now to talk about a little college football, hopefully, and then also going to be talking about a brand new docuseries, Kirk. I'm very interested about it. Of course, your special bond with Peter, your golden retriever. Man, is that social media gold or what? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
I am doing great. First off, let's talk a little bit about this docuseries you got up. Tell us where we can watch it. What's it about?
Well, it's called Fueled By. It is a docuseries about myself, and you also have a chance to get to know three elite athletes: George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers, Rose Lavelle, who plays on the U.S. women's national team, and Sophia Wilson, who also plays on the U.S. team. Just a relationship that, me and my dogs, I have 4 dogs total. That's Peter coming down the hill there. That's my youngest, Bo, with the tennis ball in his mouth. They're a big part of my life. I treat them like family members. But you also have a chance to learn about George Kittle, not only the athlete, but the dog owner, why he loves his 2 dogs so much, Rose Lavelle and her dog. So it was a lot of fun to get to know these folks, not only as great athletes, but also, again, as people who love their dogs and look forward to getting back home and seeing those big smiles and just enjoying that relationship.
And where can we see this and what time?
Yeah, if starting really today throughout the rest of the summer and into the fall, if you go on YouTube and search Pro Plan, you will see these videos. There'll be a new one that pops up every week. And hopefully people will enjoy this journey that we were on. Like I said, the dogs have always been a big passion of mine. And now that I'm able to travel with Peter, I don't know if I'll take Bo, my youngest, or Mitch out this year with me, but having them on the road with me, it's been a real game changer for me. And I know talking with these 3 athletes and so many people really around the country, we all seem to be able to relate to having that bond and that love that we have for our dogs. And so I feel like our responsibility as receiving that love is taking care of our dogs the best we can. And Pro Plan has been a big part of that for me.
Fantastic, Kirk. I want to talk a little bit about college football. Of course, you guys were here in 2019, College Game Day on Beale Street. I remember you remarking that was one of your top 3 favorite spots in your entire tenure on College Football Game Day. Can you talk a little bit about that experience and then your thoughts on the upcoming season for the University of Memphis and Ole Miss, which is right down the road in Oxford?
Yeah, we did have an incredible stop. It's so many times we go to the traditional powers, Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, year in and year out. And once in a while, we're able to go to a Memphis, and having the set location right there in downtown, like you said, at Beale Street, just the scene that we had, no matter which direction you looked, it was just thousands and thousands of people. We had a lot of fun celebrating Memphis football. The game against SMU that night ended up being a great game. That's one of those programs, it seems like the rich get richer and the bigger programs get bigger. Memphis doing a heck of a job of developing their program. It's very, very challenging when you have a good player at that level in the new world that we live in. A lot of times those players are getting taken away, so puts extra pressure on the Memphis type of programs. But I feel like they're doing a really good job there. And Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin, of course, another program that is so close every single year, it seems like, to knocking that door down and getting into the postseason. He always seems to give his team a chance, always finds a great quarterback, develops great skill around him, and hopefully this year they're able to stay healthy and hopefully make a great run in the SEC this year.
That episode with Lee Corso in the first kickoff of College Game Day in the season there, what's that going to mean for you?
It'll be, we're going to try to make it a celebration because that's what it needs to be. But it's, he'll turn 90 years old August 7th. It'll be his last show. He's retiring, so it'll be his last show August 30th. I was just with him at the ESPYs in LA. We celebrated him there. We're going to celebrate him on August 30th. The first headgear he ever put on was in 1996. It was about my 4th or 5th show that I ever did with him. He asked my wife, who was a former cheerleader, if she could get the Brutus headgear that he wanted to put on. She was met with some hesitation and some reservations. They finally gave in, and he put the Brutus headgear on, and he did it for the last 29 years. and this will be his last headgear that he puts on. And it's pretty fitting that it's back in Columbus where that tradition started. Hopefully he doesn't put Bevo on. Hopefully he'll put Brutus on. But we'll have a lot of fun. It's going to be a sad day, obviously, very sentimental. He's like a second father to me, really, really strong bond and relationship, somebody I care deeply about. And we're going to try to stay in that celebratory mood. But of course, there'll be some tears shed that day for sure.
Let me ask you final question about Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin, your thoughts on the SEC this year?
I feel that the SEC is always going to be a wide open conference. With the additions of Texas and Oklahoma, it only has gotten that much deeper. Lane Kiffin has become a very consistent brand, not just with the personality, but with the quarterback play, with the athletic ability that he puts on the field. Every single year in this portal era, he's able to tap into that and take advantage of it. I'd expect this year to be no different. If he gets good quarterback play, consistent quarterback play, you got to feel that Ole Miss will be right there, and it'll come down to a game or two on whether or not they're able to make it to Atlanta to the SEC title, or maybe make it into the postseason, get to the playoff. I think they've become that kind of brand and that with that kind of consistency. So we look forward to seeing what they can do this year.
I'm a Florida grad, Kirk. I remember watching you on College Game Day in the crowd back in the day. Where do you think Florida is going to be?
Man, I think you got one of the best quarterbacks in the country if he can stay healthy. I think DJ Lagway has a real shot this year to have a great year. I thought Florida last year, their head coach, Billy Napier, went into the year, as you know, being a Gator, on the hot seat, and then they started off about as badly as they could. I thought he would have really lost the team, but to their credit, man, they really fought back, had some great wins, and that gives me a lot of hope for this year that they've got the right culture, and if their quarterback's healthy, why not? I'd love to see the Gators get back to being a big-time threat in the SEC, and if Lagway lives up to what I think he could do, they very easily could do that.
Final question before we let you go. A surprise team that no one's talking about that you think will have a great year?
Surprise team this year could be, besides the obvious, like a Penn State team. I think in the SEC, I don't know if they're a surprise team, but I think it's a team that has a real opportunity is the LSU Tigers. They open up with Clemson this year, and I think both of those teams aren't necessarily surprise teams, but I think they both have a chance, whoever wins that game, to really make a run this year. LSU with Brian Kelly, I think, has been close, but they've not been able to get over the hump. And I think if they can win at Death Valley against Clemson, I think they could be a real threat this year in the SEC.
Kirk Herbstreit, really appreciate you chopping it up with me about College Game Day, college football season. I love it. I'm already excited for it. I'm jonesing for it right now. Congratulations on your docuseries, and we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
You got it, man. Thanks for having us. Really appreciate it.
You got it. All right. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you this. 1 in 6 people worldwide experience some sort of infertility. And for many parents or would-be parents out there, the path to parenthood, well, that can feel overwhelming, sometimes isolating, and emotionally exhausting, I should say. Joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined by 2 ladies, Olympic gold medalist Tara Lipinski and Dr. Lucky Seekon. She is a reproductive endocrinologist and an infertility specialist. They are joining me on the digital desk to talk about infertility. And Tara, good morning to you. I first want to begin with you. People very familiar with your Olympic record. Congratulations on all your success, your Olympic gold, that sort of thing. But you also had this battle with infertility. Can you tell us about that battle and how you're helping others? Good morning.
Good morning. So yes, it was a long journey for us. We went on a 5-year infertility journey. We went through IVF and miscarriage, endometriosis, and then eventually we chose surrogacy to bring our daughter into this world. But we went through a lot, and I had 24 procedures over those 5 years, 8 egg retrievals, 6 failed transfers, 4 miscarriages. So it was a really difficult phase of life. It was the hardest thing that I had ever done. And I wasn't telling people. I kind of kept it all to myself. And it was a lot to deal with because I still think that there is a taboo feeling when it comes to infertility or miscarriage where we can't really feel comfortable speaking openly about it. And that is really what I'm trying to change and what my husband and I did when we documented our story and sort of told the world. And it was to change that, to break down the stigma and to open the conversation and have honest conversations about infertility or miscarriage or surrogacy, to normalize it. And that's what we're doing here today. We're partnering with Fertility Out Loud, and Fertility Out Loud is an incredible resource where people that are just starting the journey or have been on it for a while and facing obstacles can go, and it's just a safe place to land to get real information and to also get support. It's a community where there are so many people experiencing the feelings you're feeling, have gone through what you are going through. And I think when a story mirrors your own, there is a great sense of relief, just feeling I'm not alone. I'm not as isolated as I think, and there's hope. And I think hope is one of the most important things you can have on this journey because there's so many unexpected things that happen. And it can take a while. So you have to have that strength, and you have to be resilient, and you have to get back in the game. And sometimes that's really hard to do. So having a little family to support you like Fertility Out Loud is, for me, it's priceless, and it's an incredible resource.
I appreciate you opening up to us, Tara. Thank you so much. Lucky, over to you. I keep on hearing over and over again how infertility is becoming more and more of an issue with aspiring parents. Is there any indication what's causing this infertility? I know a lot of theories are out there. What can you tell us?
Well, I think it's great that we're having conversations like this. I think there is more awareness, so it can sometimes feel like it's more prevalent because we're talking about it and it's being diagnosed more and treated more, these are all positives. I think there is a sense that it is increasing in prevalence, though, and one major factor in that is the biological clock. We know that aging, especially on the female side, can really make it more difficult to get pregnant, to ovulate a healthy egg month after month. And it can make an already really inefficient process less efficient. And that's why we give advice like, okay, if you're under 35 and you've been trying for up to a year, it's time to seek help. You don't want to wait too long to see a doctor for testing and treatment. And if you're 35 and older, it's time to see a specialist at the 6-month mark. And if you're in your 40s and you're starting on this journey, don't wait longer than 3 months.
Lucky, let me press a little bit because I know that there's some parents out there that are watching this that want to have a baby so badly. What would you tell aspiring parents out there that are probably about to or just beginning this whole process?
I think it's important to get educated. because a lot of us, the last time we thought about fertility and what it takes to get pregnant was when we were trying to prevent pregnancy, when we were in high school health class. And unfortunately, society lacks the education needed to really understand this intricate process. So going to resources like fertilityoutloud.com, finding reputable sources to help guide you in your journey so you're not wasting valuable time. I think that's really the first step, is getting to know your body, tracking your cycle, and reporting things to your doctor early and often. If you have painful periods or they're irregular, don't normalize that, because there might be something going on that's deeper. And there can be lots of different gynecologic reasons that one can have trouble with conceiving. And it's important to really get to the bottom of these and get diagnosed sooner rather than later, because it is so time sensitive.
So, Tara, back over to you. You have such a large social media following, big presence there online. What do you want other people to know about your struggles to help them through perhaps their journey and their struggle as well?
Well, it can be really hard to share these feelings with people outside of your immediate family. And that was something that I struggled with for so long. And I think truthfully, every person's experience is so unique to themselves, and they need to do what's right for their mental health. If they don't want to share, then don't share. If you want to share, then share. And I think for me, I eventually got to that point where I wanted to share. And I just hope, that I can be a source of hope for people who have gone on long journeys. I can hopefully help empower people to advocate for themselves, to get educated, to find support. And at the end of the day, I just want to validate people's emotions through this process. And I think that's what struck me the most when I did tell my story, is the overwhelming response and support that I got from this community. And, there was so many times that, of course, I talked to my immediate family and friends and tried to explain what I was going through. But when someone actually walks that path, they speak about it in a way where you just think, oh my goodness, those are my words. Like, I feel that exact same feeling. And to hear that, it makes you feel so seen and heard, and it makes you feel that your feelings are validated. And it also creates a really beautiful bond with, for me, sometimes just a perfect stranger that is DMing me on Instagram. But you realize, oh wow, we really have gone through something that not everyone can understand. So I think finding a support system on this incredibly sometimes difficult journey is essential.
Well, listen, ladies, thank you very much for joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We really appreciate the information and your stories and where people can go for help. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A lot of people are taking those summer vacations and those summer trips all across the country, perhaps internationally. But, there's so many things and so many places to discover here in this country. And I want to be going right now to South Dakota, I think. For whatever reason, it looks amazing out there. It's a beautiful part of the country. I'm joined now by travel experts Caitlin Svendenson, Lydia Austin, live at the Custer State Park in South Dakota. Ladies, good morning to you. First off, tell me about the conditions, because here in Memphis in the Mid-South, we're dealing with triple-digit heat. What's it like over there? Good morning.
Oh my gosh, good morning. I was just listening to the forecast. You've got hot, I'm sure, very humid weather in Memphis right now. We're here in Custer State Park. I think it's got to be about 55, 60 degrees. We're in jackets. It's a beautiful day in Custer State Park. But, in our summer months, it's 80s, 90s. Sometimes we'll hit 100, but we have a little bit drier heat than you do. So it's quite comfortable here in South Dakota.
It looks very comfortable, and I know that there is a huge motorcycle rally, the 85th Sturgis Motorcycle Rally, coming up in just a few weeks. You also have the 60th Buffalo Roundup. Tell me what people can do and what they can see if they make a venture, a trip up there, or perhaps what you guys have been seeing over the last, the time that you've been up there.
Absolutely. Well, as you mentioned, in just a few weeks, we're hosting the 85th annual Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. This is a legendary event. People are coming from across the world. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bikers make their way to South Dakota. It's a week-long event full of parties, concerts, and I'm telling you what, it's the most beautiful rides in the country that you'll ever find. And then in this fall, we have the Custer State Park Buffalo Roundup, and it's the 60th anniversary of this event. And this is an event where the Wild West just truly comes alive. Bison hooves will be thundering across the open prairies just behind us here, and that really makes this beautiful fall morning come alive.
I see some activity right behind you right now. Looks like there's some horseback right right behind you, which is fascinating to me. We certainly don't see that. There it is up close. We don't see that kind of stuff here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Tell me what else. There is a 60th Buffalo Roundup. What's that all about?
Yeah, no, the 60th Buffalo Roundup is an annual event here at Custer State Park. We are South Dakota's largest and oldest park at 71,000 acres, and there's quite a bit to do. As you mentioned, we have horseback riders that people can kind of go anywhere in the park and find their adventure. But that ties in with the feel of South Dakota, that western feel. We are home to one of North America's largest bison herds, and for the health and the well-being of the animal and the park itself, we actually do round them up each year to go through vet visits and such. And what started as a couple hundred people coming and watching us in the early 90s through partnerships with Travel South Dakota has turned into a huge event. Last year, we had a little over 24,000 guests out here on these hills watching us round up the animal with our horses and trucks and such and move them down to the corral system. We even added an arts festival and an event, and it's just been a lot of fun to bring that to South Dakota and make it one of our larger events out here.
I bet. And this is in addition to Mount Rushmore and some of the other things that people are very familiar with when it comes to South Dakota and the tourist destinations. What else can we talk about, ladies, before we let you go?
Absolutely. Well, we'd certainly welcome you to come up. It's truly a family destination that is welcoming, open for everyone to come and see any season, really. Come in the spring, the summer, fall, winter. There's an adventure for anyone. From Badlands National Park, Jewel Cave National Monument, Wind Cave National Park, and our partners in the eastern side of the state. Sioux Falls is a fabulous city. DeSmet is home to Laura Ingalls Wilder and Little House on the Prairie. There's truly something for everyone in South Dakota. Just jump on up this way. We'd be happy to have you.
Okay, Lydia, Caitlin, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Have a great time there. It looks like fantastic weather and a fantastic weekend ahead for you both. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to tell you about a new procedure that St. Francis Hospital is doing. It's called an endoscopic sinus procedure. And you know, here in Memphis in the Mid-South, allergies are a big deal. Sinuses, certainly people suffer from. And so this procedure really helps people that are dealing with major sinus and allergy problems. Let's bring in one of the doctors that performs this procedure, Dr. Grant Muller. He's an ENT oncology surgeon at St. Francis Bartlett. And Grant, I understand that this procedure is not a surgery. This is a minimally invasive procedure from what I understand. Tell me more about it. And I appreciate you joining on the digital desk. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. So this is a surgery that's primarily offered at St. Francis Bartlett. I am a head and neck cancer surgeon that's employed through the West Cancer Center, but and operating out of St. Francis Bartlett. And so this is a surgery, and like you said, it is minimally invasive. Everything is done through the nose. There's no cuts on the outside of the face or anything, and I use very high-powered, high magnification endoscopes to go through and open up the sinuses to treat sinus disease. But while we've been doing sinus surgery for many years, the thing that we're offering now is something called sinus navigation that I use in the operating room. And so what happens is I'm able to get a very high resolution CAT scan of the sinuses. And that helps tell me exactly the sinuses that I need to operate on to open them to help treat a number of things like chronic sinus disease, growths in the sinuses, or any issues with the skull base. And so when I'm in the operating room, I actually put the CAT scan right next to the screen that my cameras are looking at. And in real time, my instruments are tracking across the CAT scan to show me exactly where I am. And in doing so, I'm able to improve my visualization. I'm able to see behind areas of bone or tissue that I wouldn't normally be able to see behind with my camera. It keeps me safe. It keeps me away from the really critical structures that are in the area, such as the eye, such as the base of the skull where the brain is, the carotid artery, the main artery that supplies the brain, and helps me ensure that I'm clearing out all the areas of the disease effectively, really to give the patients the best outcome afterwards.
My understanding, Grant, is that you kind of use GPS technology for this. Tell me a little bit about that, and what kind of patient is the kind of patient that would be suitable for this type of procedure?
Yeah, absolutely. GPS is a great analogy because like you're driving down to the beach or something, you're watching your little blue dot go on the map and track yourself. My instruments are being tracked along the CT scan, so I know exactly where I am at all times. The sinus registers within a millimeter of where I am, so there's very little room for discrepancy. So it really does keep you safe, and the data and the literature really supports that. As far as the patient that is perfect for the surgery, overall, the main type of people are patients that have chronic sinus disease, which, as you kind of alluded to, is a real issue down here in the Mid-South with all of the pollen and allergies that we experience. And ideally, it's a patient that has tried what we call adequate medical therapy, things like topical nasal steroids such as Flonase or sinus rinses such as a Neti-Pot or Navage, and they're still just having symptoms despite all these different medications. And so then we go in and these patients become surgical candidates, and we open up those sinuses to really widen what's called their natural drainage pathways to help them drain the kind of purulent, the pus and mucus that gets trapped in the sinuses, and also provides a way for us to really deliver those medications more directly to the sinuses to really get them a relief.
Does insurance pay for something like this? How does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. So insurances do cover this. This is something where if insurance will cover it if you've tried medical therapy. Generally, a medical therapy is a trial of about 3 to 4 weeks. And if you are still having symptoms after about 3 to 4 weeks, then you would be a good candidate for a sinus surgery. It's really an incentive for insurances to pay for this because chronic sinus disease is such a burden on the healthcare system. There's about $60 billion annually spent on chronic sinus disease.
Wow.
And so it really does fill up our urgent cares, our emergency rooms, and patients that actually do have surgery sooner have less healthcare utilization. They're having less prescriptions. They're having less procedures overall. So it is actually within their financial interest as well to cover this.
So if someone's interested in this, because it sounds interesting, it sounds new, cutting edge, groundbreaking, Grant, how do people find out more about this?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I'm employed primarily through the West Cancer Center. Much of my interest is in head and neck cancer surgery and reconstructive surgery, but I am an ear, nose, and throat doctor by training. And so I do general ear, nose, and throat surgery as well. So if a patient is interested and wants to see me for a consultation, I am at the Wolf River campus for West Cancer Center twice a week, and I'm happy to see patients here that can be scheduled through our website or by contacting the West Cancer Center.
Okay, and if someone wants to know about this specific thing, can they go to St. Francis Bartlett or St. Francis's website? I mean, is there stuff online?
Not that I'm aware of. So right now, this is something that we're still getting off the board. That is certainly something that we're working towards, is getting that information readily available to patients. There's, of course, an abundance of information available online as long as you're looking at the correct sources. But I'm also happy to talk to patients extensively about kind of the advantages of this type of surgery.
Okay, great. Well, listen, Dr. Grant Muller, we really appreciate your time on the digital desk and this information about this new endoscopic sinus procedure. It sounds like it could give relief to so many Mid-Southerners out there. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good day.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is coming up at the Agri Center in Memphis, July 26, 27. It is the Christian Women's Expo. Empower, Enlighten, and Uplift. 2 full days of shopping. There's going to be vendors, panel discussions, seminars, cooking demonstrations, and much, much more. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Jennifer Williams. She is going to be talking to us more about this event. And Jennifer, are you one of the organizers? Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing? Yes, sir. I am the founder and the organizer of the Christian Women's Expo.
Fantastic. So tell me more about what we can expect if we show up to the Agri Center. It looks great.
Listen, you did a great rundown of it, but if you show up to the Agri Center on July 26th and 27th, again, you're going to see amazing and empowering panel discussions, anything ranging from women in ministry leadership all the way to women in business leadership. You're going to see an amazing gospel concert. We have about 6 choirs that are coming, and we're talking about legendary choirs. We have fashion shows. One of them is the Dillard's fashion show, sponsored by Dillard's. It's called the First Ladies Fashion Show, where you'll see the finest of designs from Dillard's and what they have to offer. They are giving away a $500 shopping spree as well as other gifts. You can expect over 2,000 giveaways, seminars, woman to woman seminar, master classes, so on and so forth. It's going to be absolutely amazing.
This sounds amazing. Sounds like a lot packed into 2 days there, Jennifer. So how long has this been going on? Is this something that's relatively new? Has it been going on for a long time? What?
Well, I'll tell you what, it actually started in 2014. We did it again and right after that, and then we sort of took a hiatus, and then the pandemic came. So right after that, last year we decided to pick it back up. Had an amazing turnout, had over 2,000 people to show up at that time, and we are expecting to double that on this year. So it's something, it's been around, but this time we're going to keep it going year after year.
Fantastic. Okay, so I love how you have everything down there on the bottom right-hand corner for our viewers to really kind of check out. Free health screenings as well. Tell me more about that. That's important, I would think.
Yeah, so we're going to have some free health screenings. Score Health Clinic will be front and center. Outside, they'll have their mobile bus so that they can do free health screenings. You can get HIV testing and other things that they offer as well. And we'll also have a women's health forum that they'll participate in. That's going to be on Sunday.
I see that, and then $2,000 in various giveaways over the last over the 2 days. Tell me more about the gospel concert too.
So with the gospel concert, we have some legendary choirs, international choirs such as Billy Rivers and the Voices of Inspiration, Grammy-nominated Josh Bracey and Power Anointed. You have Daryl Pettis, which is one of our local greats, but he's also international as well. You have Jeffrey Williams and the Voices of Inspiration. A couple more, and then you'll have some wonderful ladies on Sunday who have new projects that they're coming out with, and they will be there during our Women of Excellence segment where we honor amazing women around the city.
That sounds great. So is there a place online where people can check out this information for themselves?
Yes, you can always go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Christian Women's Expo, or you can go to our website, which is ChristianWomen'sExpo.com, and you can also get all the information about us as well as purchase tickets.
Okay. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Jennifer? This sounds great.
Listen, just want the ladies to know, and men, because they are welcome. When you come there, you're going to be encouraged. You're going to be inspired. You can shop with an array of vendors. We're going to have 2 full days of shopping, as well as all of the other wonderful segments that we'll have going on. You don't want to miss it.
Okay, Jennifer Williams on the Action News 5 digital desk talking about a Christian Women's Expo that's happening at the Agri Center July 26th and 27th. Jennifer, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You got it. All right. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We're in the midst of summer and school's out and everyone's having a good time outdoors, having a lot of fun, whether it's in the pool or at summer camp perhaps. Everyone's having a great time staying active, and certainly you want to make sure that your kids are not only having a great time and staying active, but also being nutritious and healthy when you can. Certainly. Let's bring in someone that can help us navigate the nutritious landscape. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dawn Jackson Blattner. She is someone who is a registered dietitian and a nutritionist, joining us on the Digital Desk to maybe come up with some creative ideas, tips, suggestions to make our summer healthier. Dawn, good morning to you. Tell us, where do we begin?
Oh my goodness. Well, the first stop is, listen, people are forgetting to fuel their fun out there. They're going to pickleball, they're bike riding, they're jump roping, and they're forgetting that all of that is sports. And you need the right sports nutrition to fuel all of that fun activity.
Let's hear it.
Okay, well, so if you think about it, there's probably 4 things that I like to incorporate in my fitnessy snacks. It's carbs for energy, protein for your muscles, electrolytes because you lose those in sweat, and hydration. So I'm always thinking about those 4 things with my snack. And I'll tell you, I have one favorite fitness food, and that is Natural Delights Medjool dates. And dates, here's why I love them. They are naturally energizing, and there's no added sugar. There's fiber, so it's this long, like natural energy that you feel. And then they're packed with potassium. So potassium is this electrolyte that is great for your muscles. It's great for hydration, and dates taste like caramel. So they are delicious in all of these snacks. So I have 3 snack ideas for you, okay? The first one is before you work out. It's something light but energizing. This is almond butter crunch dates. You take a date, put some almond butter in there, and a pretzel on top. The dates are naturally energizing. The almond butter gives you a pop of protein, and the pretzel gives you salt or sodium that you lose in your sweat. So 2 or 3 of these before you go do something active, awesome, so energizing. And then afterwards, your body needs sort of different nutrition there. It needs something like a caramel apple cottage cheese bowl. Cottage cheese packed with protein. And then I chop up the date, which tastes like caramel, put apple in there, a little granola butter. And this is replenishing and repairing a body that's just been super active. So I love that. Before, after, and now anytime you need a little boost, this is a date milk iced latte. So I take dates blended with my favorite milk, and then I put that with iced coffee. And I drink this like this, naturally sweet, naturally energizing. And you can put this latte into popsicle molds and have a real refreshing treat anytime.
You know, I always often thought, Dawn, that dates are some of the most underrated foods out there when it comes to nutrition, when it comes to sweetness. I don't understand why we don't eat more of them.
Well, I am so glad that we are here talking about it today, because they honestly really are such an important food. That's why I have them in all of my snacks. Because you think about it, you want that energy, and so you can do it before a workout, but you also, after a workout, need to replenish all the energy that you put out there, and so they're great for afterwards as well. So I love the versatility.
Did you hear me? I'm sorry. I was going to say, what can we do to make our summer snacks and our summer meals healthier, Dawn?
Okay, I think the biggest thing to remember is you want to fuel before your fun. So everybody thinks about sunscreen. Yes, put it on. That's smart. But in addition to that, make sure you add the snack. That is your essential summer prep. And, you know, it really is as simple and delicious as doing something like this, you know, a little date with almond butter and a pretzel. Everybody could do it, and it changes the game when it comes to energy.
Fantastic. Okay, so you've mentioned a bunch of different meals, or not meals, but little different recipes, that
Snack
sort of
attack.
thing.
This is our snack attack here.
Thank you. Thank you. Where can we get these recipes? Because I'm curious about that.
Yes, so the food that I've been talking about this whole time, it's like, where do you get Natural Delights Medjool dates? Amazon. You can also check their store locator, which is on naturaldelights.com.
Naturaldelights.com. Okay, well, listen, we appreciate it. Dawn, thank you so much for these great summer nutrition tips. We could all use them. Dawn Jackson Blattner joining us on the digital desk. Thank you.
Hey, I'm First Alert Meteorologist Sergey Galindo. A heat advisory in place for today, so still dealing with the hot and humid conditions. But the good news is we're down a category. We're not dealing with heat warnings, but it's still going to be hot and humid with those heat index values anywhere from 105 to 109 for today. Now, there is the opportunity for a couple of showers as we get into this afternoon. A 30% chance right around midday, but for most of the day, just about a 20% chance. Very isolated, so not everybody's going to see it, but those that do could get cooled off by some of those showers. But I think most of us are just going to be on the hot and humid side. So don't count on those showers, especially since there's such a low chance. And we're going to see the same pattern as we head into Saturday. In fact, Sunday temperatures are going to crank up even more. And as we get into next week, we're talking about some even hotter temperatures. But for today, we've got that small chance of rain. Temperatures headed around 94 right around 3 o'clock. And you can see the breakdown of when we could see some isolated showers anywhere from this afternoon into the early evening, but again, not a washout. I want to show you what we can anticipate going forward. Notice the heat index at the height of it, 106 today, or 106 for Saturday, 105 on Sunday. But look where we head for Tuesday and Wednesday. We could be dealing with heat index values at 110 on Tuesday and again on Wednesday. So look out for that. For the next 3 days, more of the same, just a slight chance for a shower or storm both Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're 94 degrees on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, back in the low 90s as well.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is an art auction that is going to take place this month and next month, and it's at one of the most beautiful places in all of Memphis. I'm joined now by Carly Samora. She's at the Memphis Botanic Garden to tell us about the art auction. And Carly, I remember this from last year, and it's always a great time, isn't it? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're super excited. I know normally you have me outside, but this time, especially with the heat going on, we're excited to be inside talking about our Incognito art auction. We're really excited to talk to you guys about the auction itself, what's going on, all culminating also with our party on August 1st.
All right. So tell me what is going on with this art auction. Review for our viewers exactly how they can sign up, how they can register, and check out those beautiful pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is actually our 15th year doing Incognito at the Memphis Botanic Garden. So the idea behind Incognito is that all of our pieces are actually unsigned works that were donated to us by local Memphis artists. The whole idea behind it is that you are going to find pieces that you love, not necessarily worrying about people that are doing it who you know. So you're going to be able to walk around, see so many types of pieces. Just for example, I have some beautiful works behind me. We have painting, photography, we have glass, mosaics. There's kind of something for everybody, which is really nice. And it's in this beautiful setting of the garden. So it's really nice to have that around. With all of the different pieces as well, the fun thing with it is that we have two different options. You can either bid on a piece, And if you'd like to start bidding, that all of our bids for all pieces start at only $50, which to me is such a great deal for owning an original piece of art. And then if you love a piece and you want to make sure that you are the owner and no one else gets to bid on it, we have a buy it now price for $300. So you have two options. Either one you can do if you wanted to bid on a few of them and see which ones, kind of go into your price point, versus if you see something and you're like, oh, that would fit perfectly in my home, or that is going to be a perfect gift to a loved one, you can do the buy it now price. So we have options.
Fantastic. I love it. And I love those pieces behind you, too. So this is just one art auction that is taking place over the next several weeks. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So this current auction that we have, we do in June. It's the month of June for you to be able, or sorry, the month of July for you to be able to come see the pieces. We have about 106 or 108 pieces this year, which is a ton to look through. But the great thing about us is that you're able to come visit our galleries for free. So if you want to come through, scout out some pieces in real life, and then go to our auction platform to be able to place your bids, you can do that as well. Be able to walk through, see what kind of appeals to you. I mean, we have everything from flowers to tomatoes to sheep and puppy dogs. All of these pieces are going to be able to go home with someone and that they will love and own, like I said, an original piece of art.
So do we know what happens if you buy a piece and you want to know who made it? Is there a way to find out?
Yeah, so that's the really fun part. Is on August 1st is going to be our party. And August 1st from 6 to 8, it's completely free to the public. You'll be able to come in, check out the pieces. At 7 o'clock, our buy it nows end, and at 7:30, the bids end. At that time, at 7:30 on our party, all of our artists that are walking around kind of talking with each other, they're all going to be in disguises because this is an incognito kind of masquerade for everyone. They're going to be able to go to their pieces, reveal themselves, not to mention if you have a piece and maybe you can't necessarily make it to the party, a lot of our pieces are going to be signed on the back with business cards if you love your art so much that you'd like to buy additional pieces. But really the party is like where it's at. That's when you get to see the people in person. They can sign the front if you'd like them to sign on the front. Just get to meet them and kind of talk with this artist.
I love it. No wonder it's been around for 15 years. It sounds incredible. Tell us how we can see these pieces online.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you aren't able to make it to the Botanic Garden in person, you're able to go to the website. That's bidpal, bidpal.net/incognito. Or if you'd like to go to our website at membg.org. That way you can take you to the Incognito website. You'll be able to browse all of the different pieces, see all of them, see what interests you. Even if you are from out of state, we will be able to take your piece and send it to you. It doesn't matter where you're from. We would just love to have you participate, especially since this auction, all the money is going to the Botanic Garden. It is helping out our adult education funds, our youth education, where we serve over 40,000 school kids per year. It is all contributing to this beautiful nonprofit that we work at and help fund all of our mission towards the community as a whole.
Fantastic. I love it. It sounds great, and it's easy for people to get involved in and really get something out of it, literally and figuratively. Carly Zamora, I appreciate your time. Thanks as always, and really looking forward to seeing more of these incredible pieces of art in this online art auction, and then perhaps learning about who made the art just a few weeks later, right at the party.
Yeah, so we'll have the reveal at the party. We also have the reveal online. So like I said, if you aren't able to make it here, but you're curious about some other pieces that maybe you didn't purchase, all of those will be revealed after August 1st. So stay tuned to the auction platform, place some bids if you love some pieces, and visit back to see who did them.
Awesome. Carly Zamora, we always appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Of course, y'all have a great morning.
In the summer months, those hot, humid, warm temperatures, they bring out all kinds of critters. We're talking about bugs, some nasty ones there. You got the mosquitoes, you got ticks, you got spiders, and all kinds of different things. What are the best methods to protect yourself from the bugs that we see across Memphis and the Mid-South this summer? Let's bring in someone in the know. We got Dr. Anna Yang joining us once again on the Action News 5 digital desk. She is a physician at Regional 1 Hospital. And Dr. Yang, there are so many critters just crawling around all over the place. And some are obviously more dangerous than others. What are some of the best methods to escape a bug bite this summer? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. Yes, the spring and the summer definitely bring back the critters in full force. There's a lot of different ones out there right now. I mean, the best thing you can do is to make sure you protect yourself. You know, there's a lot of different types of insect repellent out there to put on, and make sure, you know, the clothing that you have will also help protect against bug bites, especially if you're going to be, you know, messing around places where bugs like to hide. For the most part, bugs aren't there trying to bite you. They're trying to avoid you for the most part. So, you know, try to avoid places where you might disturb bugs that are resting, and make sure you wear protective clothing, bug spray. And a lot of bugs also tend to be more active in the dawn and dusk time periods. So, you know, generally being more careful during those times is important.
Yeah, good advice there, Dr. Yang. What about here in the Mid-South and what you see in your practice? What are the bug bites that really cause people a lot of problems?
So most bug bites are no big deal. Some bug bites you don't even feel happening and they don't do anything. Maybe they're a little bit itchy, maybe they hurt a little bit, but most bug bites are not a problem at all. Some bug bites, like mosquitoes and ticks, they can transmit illnesses. So we do have to be a little bit more careful with them. So, you know, there are a couple of cases of West Nile virus so far this year here in Tennessee. So you do have to watch out for that. Most bugs, though, don't really cause anything. Tick bites as well. In this area, there's not very much Lyme disease. It's not impossible, but there's not very much of it. We do have Rocky Mountain spotted fever here too, though. So if you do, you know, go in areas and wooded places like that may have ticks, make sure you check yourself afterwards, check your family members, check your pets. And if you see any ticks, make sure you try to remove them early. And as far as, you know, other things like stinging insects like wasps and bees and things like that, most of the time, again, these are just, you know, painful stings. Make sure you get the stinger out, you know, wash it. You know, if you need some topical medications just to kind of help the local reaction, that's totally fine. But, you know, if you have any systemic symptoms, you know, allergic reaction type symptoms, or you're having trouble breathing, you know, back of your throat or your tongue or your mouth is swelling, or you get a rash all over your body, make sure you get medical care for things like that quickly.
You know, I know spiders are an issue, certainly, and the brown recluse is one of those that people need to watch for here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Can you explain a little bit to our audience some of the issues with the brown recluse?
Sure. So the two venomous spiders that we have here in Tennessee, those are the brown recluse and the black widow. Both spiders are pretty easy to spot, and the good news is they don't want to bite you. They like to hide in places, you know, dark places that are undisturbed, basements underneath, you know, rocks and debris and things like that. So for the most part, you won't encounter them. But if you are, you know, rummaging through areas that haven't been disturbed in a while, you know, digging under things or pulling up rocks and things like that, then you definitely do need to be especially careful for these two things. The brown recluse spider, there is no anti-venom for. Most of the time, these also do fine, but they can cause some localized tissue destruction and necrosis. So the most important thing for these is wound care, keeping an eye on them, making sure they don't get infected. And if they are really painful, or they're getting worse, or they're, you know, changing or getting deeper or turning dark inside, or, you know, something doesn't look right or feel right about it, then definitely go get checked out. But even these, most of the time, do fine.
Where do people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, bugs, bug bites, trying to prevent it, but as a result, they don't?
So I don't really have anything specific for that. Most people actually do a pretty good job of protecting themselves. The most important thing is just to remember that they are out there and, use some common sense and put that bug spray on and, not reach for things that you haven't at least looked at first or, forget to protect yourself, gloves, making sure you're wearing good protective shoes and clothing. But as long as you keep those things in mind, you really can avoid most of the dangers from bugs and insects out there.
If people don't want to put DEET in terms of bug spray on themselves, what do you recommend as a safe alternative to DEET?
Yeah, there are a lot of different insect repellents out there that don't contain DEET. So, take a look at all the options out there. There are some things that can contain more natural chemicals and things like that that don't contain DEET that are still effective in preventing bugs from getting to you.
Okay. Do you recommend any? I know that, lemon eucalyptus, picaridin, some others, right?
Yep, there are those for sure. They have those, bracelets out there that contain some, natural type chemicals and, fragrances and stuff like that that tend to keep away bugs. But yes, all those things you mentioned are definitely reasonable alternatives to try.
Okay, Dr. Annie Yang, appreciate you coming on the digital desk to help us all just kind of avoid some of those nasty bugs out there, some ugly bugs, if you will, on the this summer here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate your time as always.
All right, thanks.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, if you can remember, I know that there are plenty of people in our audience this morning that remember the memory of a road trip. And perhaps it was stuffed in the car with siblings and your parents going to areas you've never been to before. But it was the process of doing that. Sometimes those nostalgic memories can stick with you for years, decades, your whole life, really. And so there is a new book I want to tell you about, and it is called The Great American Retro Road Trip, a celebration of roadside America. Here are some of the pictures from that book that just got published, and I am holding a copy of that book right now on the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm happy to be joined by the author of that book. I am joined by Rolando Pujol, who is joining us now to talk a little bit about why he wrote this Great American Retro Road Trip. Rolando, good morning to you. Thanks for coming on the digital desk. Tell me some of the reasons why you wrote this book.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. This is a book that I've probably had it in me for most of my life. And you could probably argue I started doing the research when I was 4, when I took one of those road trips that you're talking about with my family from New York City down to Miami, and all the interesting stops that we made along the way. I felt the need to write this book because I discovered that so many people connect to these places and to these roadside quirks and these old diners and these old attractions, and all of this history that we find along our roads. I mean, so much of this is distinctly American. It's a distinctly American manifestation of who we are, of our creativity, of our moxie, of our marketing muscle. And so we connect with these places in a very, very tangible way. And I discovered that a lot of people were just like me, because on social media, my content was increasingly finding wider audiences. It was going viral. And that led to an email one day from a publisher here in New York that said, "Hey, we love what you're doing. Many people seem to enjoy this content too. Would you like to write a book?" And when you get an email like that, you'd be wise to respond to it and say yes.
Yeah, no question about it. You know, I was, Rolando, I got to say, I was flipping through it, and my producer and I, we were going through the various pages. We found a couple from our area. There was one in Tunica, Mississippi. So Tunica, Mississippi, the Blue and White restaurant has been welcoming hungry travelers since 1924. And it talks about the history of the restaurant, why it was moved to that particular station. It's got pictures of it as well. And then, of course, when you think of Memphis, you know, you think of music, you think of the blues, Elvis Presley, and Marlowe's Ribs Restaurant, which is right by Graceland. Also a section there going on and on about it. Can you tell me why you focused on a couple of those here in our area?
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much to see widely throughout the state, but of course, Memphis is overwhelming, right? The amount of history, the amount of lovely neon signs that you had to pick a couple that sort of jumped out at you, and these did. I liked Marlowe's in part because it immediately caught my eye with that cute little pig that they have outside. The story about limo drives, getting picked up and brought in style to enjoy your feast. I even included, of course, you're in Memphis, and you've got Elvis Presley and all that wonderful Graceland legacy. But I mean, I could have included Graceland and done a whole thing on that, but rather everyone knows that. But do they know about the little Elvis neon sign at the Days Inn down the street? They may not know that, but it's so fun and it's so interesting that I said, you know what, that'll be my nod to Elvis. I mean, that's what we're going to include in the book. And there's also in my sign collage section of the book, there's also that amazing sign for the old Skateland that has the giant skate with the wings. It is a thing of beauty, that sign, and I wanted to make sure that was in the book, and including those little places around the area that aren't necessarily in every guidebook for Memphis, I think gets people excited about exploring deeper into the side streets and into the neighborhoods and seeing more of the city beyond the wonders, of course, of Beale Street and all the other very big attractions. There's lots of other gems waiting to be discovered if you just start poking around a little bit.
I 100% agree with you, and I can think back to my own retro American road trip when I was younger. I grew up in Florida, South Florida, and then my dad grew up in Ohio, in Canton, Ohio, and we would go every year to see his family and his parents up in Canton, Ohio. And so as the book says, there's all kinds of different diners and just kind of roadside areas that you would never see on a tourist guide, but certainly you experience that and you get to know it when you make these kind of road trips. If you had, Rolando, maybe a guide, a bullet point of maybe 3 or 4 bullet points you'd give to someone who said, you know what, that's what I want to do with my family. I want to take a road trip. I want to make it nostalgic for my kids and for my wife or spouse, whatever. Where would we begin?
Oh, that's such a great question because I mean, honestly, you could just open up any page in this book and say, "We'll start here." But one great place to start, I mean, you could go down. Let's think about Florida, right? You can go to, of course, there's Disney, and that's a major draw for families. But then, just once you're done visiting Disney, there's all this wonderful old Florida around Disney. These old attractions like the Wiki Wachee Mermaids and Sunken Gardens in St. Pete, and those little quirky roadside attractions where you can buy orange juice, you can have a little sip of orange juice and see live gators. A lot of in Gatorland, which is in the Orlando area. So I would say pick a place where there's something that everyone's going to like, that everyone can agree on, and then look for the interesting roadside stops that aren't as obvious, that you may not be convinced your kids will like, but if you actually get there, guaranteed it's going to form a powerful memory for you and for your children.
I love it. Yes, I agree with you 100%. Anything else you want to mention about this book, other travel tips you'd like to give to people where they can create their own travel tip, and some other things that you noticed along the way, Rolando?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, I think the reason I wrote this book is I really want people to appreciate these nostalgic stops, because I'll tell you, in the 6 months since the book hit the presses, when we were finally locked, quite a number of these places have closed, or they've lost their sign. Just this week, we got word that a historic restaurant in Los Angeles, Cole's French Dip, will be closing in August, and yet there it is, memorialized in the book. So I think it's very, very important to that this book serves as an act of preservation, in my opinion. And I certainly hope that people can use it to support these places, because we want them to stay alive so they can be enjoyed by new generations.
No question about it. There it is, looking at some of the pictures inside the pages of the Great American Retro Road Trip, a celebration of roadside Americana. And we have Rolando Pujols joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about his book. Finally, if someone wanted to buy this book, where can they do so, and what would you tell them when they buy it? Should they read cover to cover? Should they go to the specific region where they want to travel? What do you think?
I think basically they can buy it pretty much anywhere. The book is available in most bookstores. If you want to support your local bookstore, you can certainly do that. I highly encourage that. Or just go on Amazon or some online retailer can get it to you pretty quickly. And once you have the book, I think the book can be handled really any way you like. I mean, you can read it cover to cover. I've heard people who've done that. But many others, they put it on their coffee table, or they just carry it around with them and they dip into it for little bits of inspiration, or to get ideas when they're planning a trip. So there's different ways that you can enjoy it.
Perfect. Okay, Rolando, really appreciate you joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thanks so much for giving us the deep dive into the book, including those areas here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate your time. Congratulations on the book.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Hey, I'm First Alert Meteorologist Sergey Galindo. A heat advisory in place for today, so still dealing with the hot and humid conditions. But the good news is we're down a category. We're not dealing with heat warnings, but it's still going to be hot and humid with those heat index values anywhere from 105 to 109 for today. Now, there is the opportunity for a couple of showers as we get into this afternoon. A 30% chance right around midday, but for most of the day, just about a 20% chance. Very isolated, so not everybody's going to see it, but those that do could get cooled off by some of those showers. But I think most of us are just going to be on the hot and humid side. So don't count on those showers, especially since there's such a low chance. And we're going to see the same pattern as we head into Saturday. In fact, Sunday temperatures are going to crank up even more. And as we get into next week, we're talking about some even hotter temperatures. But for today, we've got that small chance of rain. Temperatures headed around 94 right around 3 o'clock. And you can see the breakdown of when we could see some isolated showers anywhere from this afternoon into the early evening, but again, not a washout. I want to show you what we can anticipate going forward. Notice the heat index at the height of it, 106 today, or 106 for Saturday, 105 on Sunday. But look where we head for Tuesday and Wednesday. We could be dealing with heat index values at 110 on Tuesday and again on Wednesday. So look out for that. For the next 3 days, more of the same, just a slight chance for a shower or storm both Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're 94 degrees on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday back in the low 90s as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, if you've stepped outside, you know that the heat is on this summer in Memphis and the Mid-South. Going to be a hot one as it is each and every year. So what's the best way to hydrate yourself? A lot of people say, okay, hydration, I got to drink lots of water. Well, what about electrolytes? And what about really kind of fulfilling your body with all that energy in addition to just water? When should we use electrolytes? When should we not? Which one should we use? Is there too much sugar involved? It's a lot to sort out when it comes to hydrating your body, especially in the summer months. Let's bring in someone in the know right now. I'm joined by Kristen Skinner. She works at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, fitness trainer, group trainer, a leader there. Kristen, glad to have you back on the digital desk. So I don't know if you get that question a lot, how to hydrate yourself, but certainly that is a big question right now. Where do we begin on this conversation? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks so much for having me on. It's funny because there's a lot of trends out there right now. If you look at TikTok or Instagram or even Facebook, there's a lot of trends going around with different types of electrolytes, different drinks. And even here in the club, people come in with all different types of drinks from, carbonated to in their shaker bottles. So the bigger question is, what are electrolytes and why do we need them? What do they do? And to get down just to the basics of it, the electrolytes are minerals like sodium, potassium, magnesium. They help your body to stay hydrated. They help your muscles to really work properly. Sometimes we don't even know that things are out of balance. We have these different symptoms and we try to treat them in different ways, but we don't know that it's due to an electrolyte imbalance. Like if you feel fatigued, you might think that, it could be something off with hormones, which could be the case, but it could also be an electrolyte imbalance. If there's muscle cramps, that could be magnesium, but magnesium could be due to, not enough electrolytes in your body. If you're having headaches or that general, blah feeling, I call it the bewitching hour in the afternoon. A lot of people are prone to just go for that next cup of coffee, but we are naturally losing electrolytes all day as we sweat, as we breathe through our just normal bodily functions.
Yeah, no question. I get that. And sometimes I'll look at some of those electrolytes, I'll read the label and I'll see, the first ingredient is sugar. And I'm like, whoa, wait a second. These electrolytes should have much more when it comes to potassium and magnesium and other minerals, right? I mean, when it comes to a supplement of electrolytes, what should we be looking for?
100%. I totally agree. First, you want to avoid the added sugars. So especially if your first ingredient is sugar, especially artificial sweeteners, you want to avoid the artificial sweeteners, avoid the dyes and colors. So when you're looking at a label, look for clear labeling, the natural flavoring, real ingredients. I've taught my daughter that you want to look for ingredients that you can actually pronounce, and look for products that are third-party tested. Here at Lifetime, all of our products are third-party tested. Our LTH Hydrate is one of our greatest electrolyte supplements. It's blended with real sea salt, key minerals. There's no added sugars, and it's third-party tested.
Excellent. Let me ask you this, because let's say, we're not working out, okay? We're inside the office and, a lot of times here at my newsroom, in our studio, we have different things about hydration, drinking lots of water, drinking a lot more than people might typically drink. Is there maybe a guideline of how much water we should drink a day, even if we don't go outside and, play any kind of sport? Just going to work, should we be drinking a certain amount?
Sure. If you think about your body weight in kilograms, now that's a lot. Let's say if you have an average human, 1 pound per kilogram of body weight, if you're aiming for, even the easy way is 8-ounce glasses. That would put you at 64 ounces in a day. Okay, that's an easy no-brainer, and it should be something that everyone could accomplish. If you started with just a bottle of water or your water bottle that you carry every day and aim to refill it 4 times, average water bottle would be somewhere between 12 and 24 ounces. So if you had a pretty big cup like that, if you just aim to refill that about 4 times, that would be pretty good, especially if you're not planning to be outside, if you're not planning to be active. But I'm glad you brought that up, because adding in electrolytes are not for everybody. And so if you have a desk job and you're sitting inside all day, it might not be necessary that you have to actually add in more electrolytes. Just drinking plenty of water would be ideal.
Excellent. Good to hear. Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Kristen, when it comes to hydration?
Well, I would say one of the biggest mistakes is not starting soon enough. So making sure that we've got our bodies efficiently hydrated, starting early. Also, making sure you've got the right products. You're not starting with something that's based on sugar. Especially if you're going to be in hot and humid conditions. make sure you start early and then keep it onboarding as you go. You can also alternate between some electrolytes and water, but where a lot of people nowadays, I feel like, make a lot of mistakes is they're not getting enough rest and they're drinking a lot of caffeine or taking a lot of caffeine supplements and misperceiving the cues that their body is beginning to dehydrate, when an electrolyte supplement would be really helpful.
Good point, Kristen. Anything else you can mention right now that our thousands of people who watch us each and every morning might find perhaps to their advantage this summer?
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits when it comes to supplementing with an electrolyte. If you think about your hydration efficiency, your body actually uses water more effectively when electrolytes are present. So sometimes, especially when it's really hot and humid, plain water can just go right through you. But with an electrolyte, it actually gets absorbed and utilized at the cellular level, so it can apply more benefits when it comes to hydrating your cells. If you're using it during workouts, whether you're inside or outside, you have sustained energy. Sometimes, during workouts, especially if you have a longer workout, you feel like you hit a wall about 30 minutes into your workout, but having that proper electrolyte balance can help to maintain the blood volume and supports consistent muscle contractions throughout the workout. Not only during your workout, but then your recovery after the workout, electrolytes can help to reduce muscle soreness and support the repair process that happens after exercise. And then last, your focus and your clarity. If you're not hydrated, you tend to feel foggy. So proper hydration with electrolytes supports that cognitive function and reduces that afternoon brain fog.
Nice. Okay, just to recap, when it comes to electrolytes and what we should include if we in fact do have electrolytes in our water, we're talking about minerals like sodium, potassium, magnesium, sea salt, anything else?
It's okay to look for things that you like. So when looking at some of the hydration supplements that we have a new flavor called Spicy Margarita. So just let your imagination take hold, right? If you like some type of mocktail, like today I have a blood orange margarita in a mocktail. One that I also like is a peach mango refresher. So we have a peach mango flavor. So you don't necessarily have to buy an electrolyte drink right off the shelf. A lot of times we're looking for things that we would like, things that would taste good. But if I like fresh oranges, I can shake up a blood orange flavor and put some fresh fruit in there and make it customized just for me. So I'm kind of planning up some 4th of July mocktails to go along with my electrolyte supplement.
I'll take a spicy margarita later this afternoon. Kristen Skinner, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate the knowledge. Very beneficial, certainly, and very timely for the summer months. Thank you.
Absolutely. Y'all have a great day.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We know summer is in full swing. There are some studies out there that show nearly half, about 46% of Americans are anxious about affording all kinds of summer plans. We all want to get away. We want to have maybe some outdoor activities, bring some people over. And when budgets are tight, it's so important to reassess where you can cut back just to protect your bottom line here. So let's talk about tips for summer spending right now. I am joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Courtney Alev. She is someone who works at Credit Karma. She is considered a consumer financial advocate, and she's going to help us when it comes to tips for spending this summer. I was reading some of your notes, Courtney. I love it. Let's dive right in and talk about some great tips for people that want to have some fun this summer but are on a strict budget. Good morning.
Good morning.
So let's hear it.
We know a lot of Americans are very nervous about their spending this summer. You mentioned that about half of Americans are anxious about funding their summer plans, and 2/3 are opting for more budget-friendly activities this summer. But we also know that that does not apply to everyone. About half of young Americans say they are planning on prioritizing fun over their finances this summer, especially when it comes to things like travel or dining out or vacation. And that can really have an impact on their wallet and potentially lead to debt.
Yeah, and some of the notes I saw was they were great. And one of them talked about when you want to bring people over, let's say, you want to bring them over for grilling outside in the backyard. It's important to consider some things before you do that. Tell me more.
It's a great idea to, when you make a summer plan, to make sure it fits into your budget. It's not about not planning for the summer, but making plans that really work with your financial goals. For example, a lot of us love to travel over the summer, but we expect it to be really expensive. The good news is we all have a lot of local gems that are close by. Maybe it's camping, maybe it's a road trip or a visit to a lake. You can split the cost for gas or groceries with friends or family, and you can borrow gear you might need but not have. Those can be great ways to really keep the cost per person low for some summer travel while still getting that change of scenery that so many of us want during this season. And we all love dining out, especially on a nice summer evening, but we've also seen the cost of eating out has really gone up substantially. And this is where I'd really recommend considering dining in. It can be just as much fun, and I encourage folks to set up a theme night. Maybe it's DIY pizzas or a backyard barbecue. Those are some ways that you can really keep the cost a bit lower, but still have those fun travel or social experiences this summer with your friends and family.
And the idea of planning meals around sales at the grocery store, I love that.
Yes, it's a great time to be budget conscious. There's a lot of different sales and promotions happening. Anytime that you can take advantage of a deal, it's a good opportunity to do so. For example, with back to school shopping, even though it's summer just started, it's really going to be here before we know it. There's already retailers that are starting to offer sales, promotions, and price match guarantees. And so making a game plan now in summer can make sure that you're taking advantage of those sales and promotions once it comes time to shop.
What are some other practical approaches? You mentioned travel. We've talked about food, grocery store kind of sales. What else?
It's a great idea to just be really mindful of your spending this summer. For example, maybe you're taking one trip already. Perhaps it's a friend's wedding, it's a family reunion, or a music festival that you've really wanted to go to. Try making that your one main splurge for the summer, and then see where you can cut back on other non-essentials. Maybe it's less dining out, maybe it's less ride sharing, or whatever that is for you. That can really help you focus your extra money and time and energy on that one splurge while keeping the rest of your budget in check. I know for me, I'm going to a music festival this summer with friends I'm really excited about, and I'm also sleeping on their couch instead of getting a hotel. And that's one way to make sure I'm doing fun things with my summer without totally breaking my budget. And it's really important to make sure you are being really intentional with how you're funding that summer fun. One interesting thing we saw is about 3/4 of Gen Zers say that buy now, pay later options, which are increasingly common, actually encourage them to spend more money than maybe they can actually afford. And so it's a really good idea before you click buy on any of those summer plans or purchases to make sure that it's something that fits into your budget, not just now, but later as well.
Yeah, the budget stuff is key, especially when it comes to going in debt or staying out of debt. Listen, Courtney Alev, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you for these tips for a fun and happy summer. We appreciate it. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Families are making plans already for, summer travel season. I mean, there are times where we just need to get out of town, okay? We don't care how much it costs, but we should care how much it costs. And we want to maximize our dollars for a great road trip. And that seems to be what a lot of families are doing. They're choosing cars over planes because, hey, look, it's more affordable. And if you plan ahead and you take the right small steps, it can make a huge, huge difference. So on the Action News 5 digital desk, I want to bring in my next guest here, Joe Saul of CHI. He is joining us. He is someone who is a personal finance expert to talk about ways that we can maximize our travel dollars for our road trip this summer. Joe, good morning to you. So first off, let's talk a little bit about those summer road trips, why people are taking them, and how to best maximize our dollar. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We're all seeing it in our wallet, right? Since the pandemic, a recent national study showed that prices are up about 15% when it comes to travel. Restaurants alone, if you've been in any local restaurant, you already know what I'm talking about. Restaurants up 30%. So this year, it looks like, by the way, that airline prices are flat. But if you remember before the pandemic, a lot of the time we didn't have to pay extra to pick the seat we're sitting in. We didn't have to pay extra for baggage fees. Across the board now, for not sitting basic economy, really add up whether we're going alone or with a family. So I think that's why this year a lot of families are like, what's in my backyard, or how do I hit the road to maybe have some comfortable travel and see some of Americana that I hadn't seen before?
Yeah, I love it. Those road trips can be a lot of fun with the whole family piled in. So let's talk about ways to make sure we don't overspend. And I know a lot of that has to deal with kind of planning ahead, right, Joe?
Oh, sure. And you know what? I'll give you some hacks on both sides. First of all, on planning. I don't like over planning, number one. I'm a planner by nature as a finance guy, right? In my podcast, Stacking Benjamins, we talk about planning. But when you over plan, you suck all the fun out of vacation. We're not the Griswolds. We don't want to do that. So I got this 2-thing rule. We're going to plan a couple things, and I'll give you a couple websites. Love TripAdvisor. If I'm going into that restaurant with restaurant prices up, I want to make sure it's worth it. So we'll find someplace quirky. I get to look at the menu ahead of time so my family knows what they're getting into. And you know what? TripAdvisor is a place where locals have talked about the restaurant. So I can go in and I can read the reviews ahead of time to make restaurants a good experience if I'm going. But also, if I'm on the road trip, I can pack snacks and I can maybe cook. I'm in this beautiful metro park here. If we just look around Memphis, and we're going to hopefully be out in the breeze and the temperature stays under 100 degrees, we could be out in the local park that doesn't get as much love as it could. And I'm grilling out, which is going to be a fantastic time. I also there's a website called Viator or Viator, Viator.com. A lot of local tours if you're traveling this year. So I love the haunted tours. I like being a little bit scared. Number 2, I like food tours. I love history tours of these little towns around America. Those are so fun. They often cost a lot less money. So that's on that planning side. But there's another planning side people forget. And as a finance guy, I think this is a big one, which is I don't want to get into credit card debt. And I don't want to create these horrible experiences when I get home. I want to be refreshed and ready to go. So I want it to fit the budget. But then if I'm ready to pay cash, everybody asks me about these rewards programs. I then want to take advantage of the reward program, because if I add up points, and these points can add up fairly quickly, and I pay them off right away, I take that cash cushion and I pay it off right after I swipe the card, then I'm not getting into credit card debt and I'm accumulating points, which makes the trip less expensive and also makes the next one less expensive.
You and I are on the same wavelength on this, Joe. I just took a trip not too long ago, and I checked out TripAdvisor and actually had some trips with Viator. So great stuff. I love it. That you're right on point. Let's continue and talk about maybe some tips for gas, hotels, that sort of thing, because those can add up quickly, especially the prices of hotels these days. I don't know about you, but it just feels like hotels have skyrocketed.
If you're traveling this holiday weekend, you don't want to wait because there's a lot of competition. But let's give people some advice for other times. If you're traveling off season, sometimes waiting till the last minute on the hotel when hotels aren't full, they're just trying to get that occupancy rate up. So 4th of July weekend, hear me clearly, if you're staying at a hotel, you want to book now. But off-season travel, maybe waiting is going to save you some dollars. You know what I like too, if we're traveling with the family and with the restaurant price up, this is where Airbnb or Vrbo comes in. Airbnb and Vrbo doesn't necessarily spend you money on the surface, but if I can cook a meal at home after going to the local grocery store on the road trip, everybody's happy. We play some games while we're at the Airbnb. Also, some of these places are pretty quirky and we're making good memories. I got this friend, Whitney Hansen, who's in Idaho. Shout out to Whitney. Whitney created a house that looks like a flower pot. Like imagine taking your family and staying in a flower pot. We stayed on the coast of Lake Michigan one time in this boat in a marina, the little town called Saugatuck. My family, my kids still talk about that trip. So looking at Vrbo, looking at Airbnb can really not just save money, but can also create some fun memories for the family. Next thing too, by the way, again, I'm standing in this park. Look at parks. Look at, national parks get so much recognition. State and local parks, not nearly as much. This park that I'm in right now, there's a petting farm where my kids petted animals. It costs nothing more. I took a hike here one time and had bird seed and birds eating right out of my hand, like phenomenal fun.
I love it. I love it. What else? What other kind of tools or programs can we touch on before we let you go, Joe? This is all very effective. We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning.
Well, I got to tell you, taking care of that vehicle, if we're doing the road trip, which I love, as you can tell, I do a lot of road trips in the Saul Sehy family, taking care of really important. So if you've got the app on your phone, we talked about those two apps earlier, the Vitor app and the TripAdvisor, your car manufacturer, whether it's GM, one of the other manufacturers, they all have an app and you can look at the health of your car, properly inflating your tires, making sure you're ready for the scheduled maintenance. Your biggest expense if you don't own a house, you know what the number 2 expense is? That car, and you want to have a lot of road trips. So a great website I'll leave people with is experience.gm.com. You'll which has no annual fee and is one of those cards I talked about with point programs, can help you a lot on accumulating points and saving some money on the trip, and also other GM maintenance, the GM reward. Experience.gm.com is another great tool to have in your tool belt.
Okay, Joe Saul Sehy, we appreciate your time here. Great advice, great tips for that great summer vacation for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope everybody has a phenomenal Independence Day.
Yes, absolutely. Same to you.
Hey, David, you there?
I am.
Hey, David, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. Can't complain. I want to make sure I have your last name right. Is it Schussler?
Schusler.
Schusler.
You were, yeah, Schusler. You were close.
Almost close. Shush.
I would have answered to it.
Now I got to make sure I get it right. All right, we are about 30 seconds out, and I'll take it, all right?
All right, yeah, so this will be live?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm talking to you?
Yep, you're talking to Taylor Tucker.
Taylor Tucker.
Yeah, got it? All right,
And
okay?
you'll just, yeah, you're asking me questions?
Yeah, super casual.
Okay.
Super casual. Yeah.
Got it.
All right, I'll see you in a few.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The time now is 10:01 on this Friday morning. We hope you've been enjoying some of the content we have here on the Digital Desk. Now we're looking ahead to a great event coming up next week. You know, there's always great things happening in the 901, right? And coming next week is the Ducks Unlimited Expo. Have you heard of that? Well, it's one of the largest outdoor consumer shows in the nation, and it'll be right here in the 901. And joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk is David Schuessler. He's the Chief Event Fundraising Officer. Good morning to you, David.
Good morning, Taylor. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Can't complain. I've been looking forward to this interview, so I'm glad to have you on the Action News 5 digital desk. So let's jump right into it. Is that okay with you?
That's great with me.
Perfect. So for some of our viewers, it's their first time hearing about the Ducks Unlimited Expo. And a brief summary here. What is this event? Tell us.
This is an opportunity for Ducks Unlimited, who is headquartered here in Memphis, to bring our partners and other outdoor companies from around the country to Memphis, downtown, to the Renaissance Convention Center, to allow the people in the Mid-South, as well as people from all across the country, to come in and see, try, and buy all of the great things that are out there in the outdoor market in an air-conditioned environment, and just really to have fun and to celebrate the outdoors lifestyle, which is so much of the ethic of us here in the Mid-South.
I love that. Coming home. That's great. And you had me sold on coming in a spot where it's air conditioned. We're inside. So that's good to know. So I know there's over 200 outdoor brands coming in. Can you tell us about some of them? I know it ranges from the latest tech gear to some of the gadgets you need. Break that down for us.
Sure. Well, actually, we'll have over 250 companies there because we have sold out every single space that we have available. Our presenting sponsor is Purina Pro Plan, and most people are familiar with Purina and all that they do to help us feed our pets out there. But Purina will be there with a very big footprint inside of the show, meeting with people, having seminars talking about pet health, pet obedience, and it'll be more than just sport dogs that we use to hunt with. It'll encompass everything having to do with your pets. Some of our larger sponsors are people from right here in the Mid-South area. Shin, which is one of the premier outdoor clothing and gear companies in the country right now, will have a center spot in the middle of our main floor there. We have Dive Bomb Industries out of St. Louis. Also a premier company with decoys and clothing, and really if it's anybody in the waterfowl hunting space, if it's anybody, a major outdoor brand, they will be represented at DUX.
I love that. Let's talk about, who we can expect to come. Is this a family-friendly event? Like, who's the audience here? Who are we catering to?
It is family friendly, and in fact, children 12 and under will get in for free. It's only a $15 a day charge, and parking is free at the Renaissance Convention Center parking area on a first come first served basis, thanks to our friends at Shin who have underwritten the parking for the weekend.
I love that, and that's I'm glad you hit on the parking, because sometimes you come to events, you can't find a parking spot, and that makes you want to leave. You miss out on the exciting event, so I'm glad you hit on that.
That's right, and we're thrilled to offer it for free, because sometimes you can come to an event and the parking's more than actually it is to get into the event, but not for those that are able to get into the Renaissance parking center there.
I love that. David, for you, what has it been like working with this expo? How is it so exciting to you? Talk about your experience.
For me, I'm proud to bring this to Memphis. This is not the first time Ducks Unlimited has held the DUX. In the 3 years prior to this, it was out in Fort Worth, which was fantastic. We held it at the Texas Motor Speedway, and it was great. But Fort Worth and Dallas is such a large market that it's really fun to see how Memphis has embraced this, how downtown has embraced this, all of the restaurants, all of the hotels, and just the buzz that's going on right now. It makes me proud for somebody who lives here in the Mid-South and works for a company like Ducks Unlimited, whose home is here in Memphis, to have an event like this where most of the attendees are going to come from the 901.
Oh, that's special. That is so special. Let's talk about, everyone loves giveaways, David. So not only can you come and see some of the 200 plus brands there, but got a chance to leave with some things as well. So can you talk about some of these giveaways?
That's right. So the biggest one is going to be a Polaris side-by-side. Polaris has generously provided to us, and with every $15 ticket, you get a free entry to win that wonderful Polaris machine, as well as a whole line of shin gear. And both of these are valued just at thousands and thousands of dollars. So there's no entry to win either one of those, and those drawings will be on Sunday afternoon at the end of the show. And I'm sure that many of the exhibitors, many of the sponsors there will have goodies and to entice people to come in and talk to them about their product. So we will have bags that we're giving away for everybody to take all that home with. So we're really excited about those two big door prizes that are included in that $15 a day ticket.
I love that. All right, David, let's get people there. Let's talk logistics here. I know it's August 1st through the 3rd. Let's talk times. What other information should viewers know?
Okay, so on August 1st on Friday, the doors open at noon and they close at 6 on Saturday. Doors open at 9 and close at 6. And on Sunday, it's 9 to 4. You can buy your tickets there at the convention center once you get in, or you can go to duckexpo.com, purchase your tickets in advance, and simply show us the QR code that you're sent. There'll be a special line for those people who have bought their tickets in advance to go ahead and get in quicker, rather than those who are in line purchasing their tickets on site.
All righty, David, was there anything that you wanted to share or you were prepared to say that I did not ask you today?
I think we've covered it all.
All right, well, exciting event, Ducks Unlimited Expo, coming into town right here to Memphis, home city here, August 1st to 3rd. Get your tickets. You know exactly where to go to get that. David, thank you so much for stopping by the Action News 5 Digital Desk.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Anytime. All right, guys, you are getting a live look over Midtown Memphis at 10:09. You know the deal by now. It's hot, but how hot is it? First Alert meteorologist Sergey Galindo is in the building. She'll break that down for us coming up after the break. Stay with us. All right, you're clear. Thanks so much.
Hey, I'm First Alert meteorologist Sergey Galindo. A heat advisory in place for today, so still dealing with the hot and humid conditions. But the good news is we're down a category. We're not dealing with heat warnings, but it's still going to be hot and humid with those heat index values anywhere from 105 to 109 for today. Now, there is the opportunity for a couple of showers as we get into this afternoon. A 30% chance right around midday, but for most of the day, just about a 20% chance. Very isolated, so not everybody's going to see it, but those that do could get cooled off by some of those showers. But I think most of us are just going to be on the hot and humid side. So don't count on those showers, especially since there's such a low chance. And we're going to see the same pattern as we head into Saturday. In fact, Sunday temperatures are going to crank up even more. And as we get into next week, we're talking about some even hotter temperatures. But for today, we've got that small chance of rain. Temperatures headed around 94 right around 3 o'clock. And you can see the breakdown of when we could see some isolated showers anywhere from this afternoon into the early evening, but again, not a washout. I want to show you what we can anticipate going forward. Notice the heat index at the height of it, 106 today, or 106 for Saturday, 105 on Sunday. But look where we head for Tuesday and Wednesday. We could be dealing with heat index values at 110 on Tuesday and again on Wednesday. So look out for that. For the next 3 days, more of the same, just a slight chance for a shower or storm both Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're 94 degrees on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday back in the low 90s as well.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You may recall that there was a massive data breach not too long ago. It exposed millions of patient records online. We're talking to the tune of about 8 million patient records. And again, sensitive information being released out there on the internet. It's just another example of these data breaches that keep on happening from time to time. So how do we protect our identity, our cybersecurity? How do we make it as safe as possible? Joining me now to talk about that is Christopher Wright. He's a veteran cybersecurity expert. Joining us on the Digital Desk. Chris, tell us a little bit about your background first and foremost, and a little bit about this data breach that some people may remember, some people may not. Good morning.
Good morning. So I've been in cybersecurity for about 2 decades now, starting in the United States Air Force, working with the federal government a little bit, and moving on to commercial entities. And apologies for the background being backwards there. But working in the commercial space and financial technology as well, and for about the last 9 years working with small businesses such as healthcare and dentists and things like that. From what we see of this, the breach, it was an openly available database that housed about 8 million total records, about 2.7 of those actually being personally identifiable information on dental patients.
Dental patients. Okay, so so there's all kinds of records out there, and of course, dental records include many people's, their names, their birth date, their social security numbers, maybe some credit card numbers as well. What do you know in terms of what I just mentioned? How much is exposed out there?
So yeah, when we say personally identifiable information, we're talking about a lot of that. We're talking about name, phone number, address, social security in some cases, anything that dental practice would need to file that claim for that patient, and anything that dental practice felt like they needed to store for caring for that patient, or just kind of what somebody thought they needed to store on an individual who was a patient there. So often that's a lot more than's really needed. We tend to hoard data and try to collect as much as possible, thinking it might come in handy one day, but it doesn't always, and usually opens you up to some danger, like in this case.
Okay, so so we've established what this breach was, and what's out there. How do we protect ourselves?
So one of the things that I like to tell people is be careful what you submit. In the first case, look on those forms that you're providing to that healthcare provider, whether they're dental, whether they're, any other kind of healthcare, or really anything out there. They're going to ask you for a lot of information. A lot of times you can look on that online form or on a paper form, and there'll be something denoting if that is required for them. So you can kind of start there, and don't divulge a lot of information that's not required, that you look at and go, why would this provider or why would this organization need that type of information? Second, I would look at that information, and if you do look at one of those fields that's marked required and you don't think it should be required, question that. That may not really be required, and especially if you're filling out a paper form, there's nothing stopping you from not putting that on there. A lot of times the online forms will not advance to the next screen if you don't enter the required field, but there are ways around that as well. But the best thing you can do is question that. Don't just assume. So go back to that provider and say, why do you need my birthday? In some cases. And finally, we kind of overshare a lot of things anyway. So kind of expand that to your whole life. We want to put everything about ourselves on social media. We want to kind of fill that out and put everything about ourselves out there. But really, that's a treasure trove for people trying to steal your identity or impersonate you in some way, shape, or form. And then I guess one other thing I'd want to add on there too is when you are going to a healthcare provider or some type of provider, not necessarily healthcare too, but look through those forms. Read what you're signing. A lot of people, we're in a hurry. We don't want to read what we're signing. We don't see what we're signing up for. And unfortunately, that gets us into trouble sometimes. In the healthcare world, for marketing in the terms of protected health information and HIPAA privacy, marketing is an opt-in, opt-out type set of data or use case for healthcare data. It's a little bit of a fuzzy line between what's allowed and then what you have to have an opt-in from the patient for. But read through those forms and seeing if you are, somehow opting in. That could be, a long form that you just sign at the end, and there could be one statement in there that says, I opt into marketing. And you want to be careful that you're not signing up for something that you don't want. And in this case, it seems like the firm that was breached was a marketing firm for dentists. So there's a good chance there is an opt-in, opt-out form in that stack of papers that each of these patients signed.
What about companies like LifeLock or VPN? Like people who offer added security? Do you think that it would be a benefit in this case? And I mean, is it worth the cost?
A lot of times, the VPN companies, that's kind of a different threat than this. But the companies like LifeLock, what they do is they provide visibility to that, so you can see when things are being used. I personally don't use any of those companies, and it's been a long time since I've been in a breach that I've actually taken them up on that, just because I tend to dial down a lot of my online usage of things like this, and I try to practice what I preach and divulging as little information as possible. Signing up for as few things as possible and making sure my information is out there as little as possible. That's very difficult, and a lot of people, it's going to be a hard change in their life to do that. But what those providers give is kind of visibility into that at the very least. Sometimes they do have some blocking mechanisms, but in actuality, they typically try to err on the side of caution, so they're not going to go out there and block everything, because that pretty much prevents you from using credit cards and signing up for home loans and buying cars and stuff like that. So they don't want to impede on your life, which is, in a lot of cases, that would prevent a lot of this fraud from going on, but it would also prevent you from just living a normal life.
Anything else we can touch on, Chris, that you haven't touched on with regards to just overall protecting yourself online, cybersecurity, that sort of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could spend an entire day talking about that. But generally, kind of the top things that I'll hit on is make sure you're updating your software on your phones, on your tablets, on your laptops, on your computers, wherever you have it. that's within your kind of personal scope of responsibility. Make sure you're updating those on the regular. Don't just kind of bypass that update notification over and over and over. A lot of flaws, a lot of things that attackers will take advantage of are in these recent patches. So if you apply those recent patches, you're going to reduce your risk significantly. Second, make sure you're using multi-factor authentication on your online accounts and use, excuse me, and when you're using multi-factor authentication, if nothing else is available, use those SMS text messages. But if there's anything else, like an app, like a Microsoft Authenticator or a Google Authenticator or Authy, make sure you're using that instead of those SMS text messages. Our phone system is not terribly secure. The FBI just kind of tacitly admitted that, recommending that everyone use encrypted apps like Signal. But you want to make sure that you're protected in that case. So using those apps ramps up that protection there. Make sure that's turned on everywhere possible. For everything else, make sure you're not reusing passwords. Password reuse is kind of the other big brute force account takeover method. So use a fresh, new, long, and strong password for each account. And I know many of your viewers will be kind of scared when I say that, but there are helper apps out there called password managers that can help you store those passwords, create those very long and strong passwords that are unique for every online service you use, and you can sync those between your phone and between your computer, so you don't really have to worry about remembering those passwords anymore.
All right, Chris Wright with some great ideas, suggestions, and ways to protect your identity online, especially after this massive security breach. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Very helpful advice for the thousands of people who watch each and every day. Thank you.
Yep, happy to help, Andrew.
Well, hello there. It's me, Dolly. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Coming up in just a minute, you're going to hear from one of my people who's going to tell you all about all the fun things happening here at Dollywood to celebrate our 40th anniversary season this year. You don't want to miss it. Now stay right here, and we'll be right back.
And we are back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk talking about the 40th anniversary of Dollywood. Yeah, it's been around 40 years. It's going to be a spectacular summer for anyone that goes to Dollywood as they celebrate 40 years. This was something that started as a roadside attraction, just on the side of the road, it seemed like, in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, East Tennessee, and is now turned into the #1 theme park in America. This is according to TripAdvisor reviews. And joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am joined by Pete Owens. He is Vice President of Marketing and PR at Dollywood. And Pete, I see that you're out and about among some of the crowds there. Good morning to you. Tell me what's going on in Dollywood.
Good morning to you. It's a beautiful day here in East Tennessee. We're right on what we call Show Street, which is our front room Right when you walk in the gate, this is the first thing that you're going to see. You see the kite sky behind me that's celebrating summer. We're getting ready to open our summer festival this summer, and as you said, it's going to be a great year for us. It is the 40th anniversary. We're celebrating all of those things that we've done in the past, but we're also trying to make new memories with families, and we've got some great new shows, including a brand new drone and fireworks show for summer that's going to do some things that folks around here and actually folks all over the region have probably never seen before, and that's drones that actually have fireworks on them and they work together. So it's going to be a pretty interesting summer.
It sounds like it, and right now, our audience is looking at some video from Dollywood, just a great attraction there that so many people from our area here in the Mid-South, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, thousands of families here love to go to Dollywood in East Tennessee and Pigeon Forge and check things out. So when they arrive this summer, Pete, give us some details on what exactly they can expect this summer that's going to be different from years past.
Well, I mean, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary primarily with shows. We've got a brand new show called Play On that goes through the 40 years of entertainment. You said that Dollywood really started as a roadside attraction, which is true. Started with our train all the way back in 1960. But when we became Dollywood after the 1985 season of Silver Dollar City, we really started to build our brand on entertainment. I mean, obviously that makes sense for Dolly because she is a legend in the entertainment industry, and we have legendary shows. So Play On really chronicles all of that. Talked a minute ago about the summer celebration that we have with the incredible 40th anniversary drone and fireworks show, which goes part of our Sweet Summer Nights dance party that comes out in the evening as soon as it starts to get a little dusky around here. But folks can really, they can reminisce about all of the great food they've had. We're celebrating the best food for 40 years. We're celebrating the best rides over the years. And there are a lot of different little surprises and icons around that folks will remember, including a brand new sign that we've put in that is an homage to what Dolly said all the way back in 1980 when she moved to Hollywood, saw the Hollywood sign and said, that looks like Dollywood. And we have a Dollywood sign up that is the thing that we used back in 1985 to announce Dollywood. So really some fun, cool things. But any day at Dollywood's a great day. You can go to Dollywood Splash Country, our water park. Folks from West Tennessee can come up and stay in one of our resorts, but just enjoy the day here in the Great Smoky Mountains. It's the most beautiful place on the planet and a great place to come for vacation.
I love it, Pete. So if someone's watching right now, they're interested in bringing their family, what do you recommend they do?
Well, first place to go is go to Dollywood.com. And the opportunity there is you can plan your visit. You can see what value pricing we have for the summer. We have a lot of different deals going this summer, both for the resorts and for the parks, and an opportunity for them to see what the best thing is for them. And then before they arrive, download the Dollywood app so they have the opportunity to see show schedule, the map that we have that's on the app, and any new offers we have. We also have mobile ordering on our app so that if you're out doing something in the park, you decide you and your family want to have lunch, you can order ahead and you can get your lunch whenever you arrive. So it is, technology is new in a theme park that started with an 1880s theme, but there's a lot of trip planning tools that we have and a lot of offers we have for the summer, and that's what I would encourage folks to do first.
That sounds great. Pete Owens, Dollywood's VP of Marketing and PR. We appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, celebrating 40 years of Dollywood. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Okay, have a great summer, of course, and we appreciate all that you guys do over there at Dollywood. Thank you.
Hey, Keenan, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We are 50 seconds out, and then we'll be live, and you'll be speaking with me, Taylor Tucker. Are you ready?
Hey, I'm ready, Taylor.
All right, sounds good. Stand by, okay?
Okay.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. Well, we've reached that point of the summer where now it's time to get back into the groove of things. And that means school is back in session. I don't know if that's good news or bad news for the kids. We'll have to see. But to get the kids and parents prepared, we have the 7th annual Back to School Backpack Giveaway and Community Festival that's coming up tomorrow, Saturday. That's July 26th. And here to tell us all about it is Keenan Lowry, the City Communications Operation Administrator, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Good morning, Tia, and can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for having me on.
No, thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. So obviously this is a big event. I mean, it's the 7th one. So tell us what family, some of the students, the parents, what they can expect this year at the festival.
Yes, this year it is the 7th annual Back to School Backpack giveaway and community festival. We want families to come out to Tiger Lane from 11 to 2 p.m. We're going to start our registration at 10:30 a.m. But we've set a crazy goal of having 1,000 backpacks that we're going to give away.
Wow.
And the first 600 families, they'll have a free meal ticket to our food trucks. But we're going to have face painting. We're going to have jump houses. We're going to have touch a truck. MPD is landing their helicopter right on Tiger Lane. And we'll give out backpacks with school supplies, but we'll also have different vendors there from community organizations, churches, and offices to make sure that our students doesn't face any barriers. So that's around dental, health, eye care, after school care, whatever it is to support the entire household for our students. That's what we want. And Stacks Music Academy is going to be there as well. So bring those lawn chairs, be ready for boots on the ground, flex.
Oh, you're getting something started now.
Look,
That's all
we
they
about to
needed to
do it
hear.
all.
I love that. A little something for everyone. I love the fact that this is a giveaway, but also a festival. It's a celebration, right? So talk a little bit about the need for this event. You know, year after year, we have this event, and it's always a huge turnout. So just talk about, you know, why you guys continue to have this event year after year.
Yes, absolutely. So I'll start with why I created this event and the Dreams Foundation. So this is derived from my own personal journey that I didn't take school seriously throughout high school. So it led me to have to get my GED. And so education truly saved my life. And so when I moved back home after college, I said, you know what, I don't have a lot of money. I don't know what to really do. So I want to give out backpacks because I remember when I was younger, and I have 5 sisters, but sometimes we didn't go to school on the first day of school and sometimes the first week because we didn't have everything we need. And there was time when I was younger where some people thought I was bad, but really I just needed glasses. I couldn't see the board. And so I don't want those barriers for our Memphis students because our city is an amazing city, and we have very talented young people in our city. And we want to be able, as an administration, as an organization, as well as a community, to set the tone and tell them, hey, we know how valuable this thing is, and you are valuable to us. So we are going to continue to do the backpack giveaway every year because we want to set them off into the school year knowing that their entire community is behind them.
I love that. I love that backstory with it. And look at you now, what you've become. You got your glasses finally, you know.
I got my glasses. I don't leave them at home either.
I love that for you, you know, being able to, you know, relate to some of these kids' experiences. For you, does it put a smile on your face to see those kids when they receive some of the items they need for the school year?
I mean, that is the absolute most important part of this entire event. I know throughout the planning process, sometimes it does get really stressful. And then I remember the last 6 years before that, seeing the faces on those kids getting a backpack and knowing what this year can be, and even the families that are in need, and knowing that we're able to do that as an organization and as a whole community. Sometimes I can't think about it too much. I'll be crying.
Yeah.
And so, Lord, and so I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, I love that, Keenan. What you're doing is amazing, and I'm pretty sure all the kids can testify to that. So let's get them there. Let's go through the logistics now. Let's talk about the location, the time. I know you mentioned is at Tiger Lane. Talk about the time and really what they can expect as far as, like, will there be a line? Do they need to line up to get these items, or are they going from station to station? What does that look like, Keenan?
Yes, so it is station to station. So once you enter, there is general parking, free parking. You can enter off the best ways to enter is off Central as well as South Hollywood, and you'll park in those. And right on that street, we're going to have our check-in table. There will be a line, and we're making sure that we're accommodating for large groups. But once you check in, you'll get your ticket for your backpack distribution, which will be directly on Tiger Lane, and you'll get your food ticket. And so it's going to be broken up into 4 different groups, so it's not just one long continuous line. And so you'll be able to go to the vendors and experience the entire event, and we'll be announcing the ticket color that you'll be getting. One thing to really note is your child must be with you. And if you bring the whole neighborhood with you, the whole neighborhood kids with you, that's fine. But we're going to be putting backpacks in the children's hands. And so those are the important logistics to remember for that day.
Yeah, that's important to note. So that's good to know. Keenan, I attended the giveaway festival last year, so it's nice to put a face to it. I really enjoy it, and I'm thankful for what you guys are doing, and so are the students. So before we let you go, was there anything that you wanted to share or you wanted to add that I did not ask you today?
Yes, so an important piece, and one of my favorite pieces about this entire event is this entire event has been planned and executed by young professionals in this city. I'm talking 35 and under, and we did that in a very intentional way because we want to usher in the next generation for our city, and we want them to be able to lead in a very impactful way, and to be able to be a young professional and show the even younger generation that you can be and make an impact in this city no matter how old you are. And we want this entire event to be a tool and a testament that you can achieve absolutely anything no matter what. There's so many different types of people in our city and that are helping and that are standing behind this. And so we want that piece to be an encouragement, because I don't want to run this forever. I want to be able to pass that baton to the next generation and be able to attend as an old man where they're talking about the 50th annual backpack giveaway. So that is the kind of thing and vision that I look forward to.
Yeah, that's huge. Just creating that pipeline to keep it going. Next thing you know, we'll have someone on the digital desk talking about the 107th backpack giveaway, not the 7th, right?
I wouldn't be able to handle it.
Then you'd have those tears. Okay. So again, that's Keenan Lowry here joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm so thankful that you were able to stop by and chat with us, and we're looking forward to tomorrow and seeing the kids all out there getting ready for the start of the school year. All righty, well, we're going to let you go now, Keenan. Thanks so much for joining us on the digital desk. All right, guys, you're getting a live look over Midtown Memphis at 1041. It's hot. We know that, but how hot is it? First Alert meteorologist Sergey Galindo will join us in the next 60 seconds to tell us all about it.
Hey, I'm First Alert meteorologist Sergey Galindo. A heat advisory in place for today, so still dealing with the hot and humid conditions. But the good news is we're down a category. We're not dealing with heat warnings, but it's still going to be hot and humid with those heat index values anywhere from 105 to 109 for today. Now, there is the opportunity for a couple of showers as we get into this afternoon. A 30% chance right around midday, but for most of the day, just about a 20% chance. Very isolated, so not everybody's going to see it, but those that do could get cooled off by some of those showers. But I think most of us are just going to be on the hot and humid side. So don't count on those showers, especially since there's such a low chance. And we're going to see the same pattern as we head into Saturday. In fact, Sunday temperatures are going to crank up even more. And as we get into next week, we're talking about some even hotter temperatures. But for today, we've got that small chance of rain. Temperatures headed around 94 right around 3 o'clock. And you can see the breakdown of when we could see some isolated showers anywhere from this afternoon into the early evening, but again, not a washout. I want to show you what we can anticipate going forward. Notice the heat index at the height of it, 106 today, or 106 for Saturday, 105 on Sunday. But look where we head for Tuesday and Wednesday. We could be dealing with heat index values at 110 on Tuesday and again on Wednesday. So look out for that. For the next 3 days, more of the same, just a slight chance for a shower or storm both Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're 94 degrees on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday back in the low 90s as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are always looking for ways to reduce our stress in our crazy busy lives. Everyone's so busy right now. We have a lot of stress, whether it's work, whether it's home, family life, who knows? We all have it. And practicing mindfulness, well, that's one way to reduce stress. On the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined right now by Allie Parker. She is a yoga instructor and a studio leader at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. Allie, so glad you joined us here. So tell me about mindfulness, practicing mindfulness, and how it can help all of us reduce stress in our lives, because we we really need to reduce that stress. Good morning.
Good morning. And isn't that an understatement? We are all so busy, so stressed, so much going on in our day-to-day lives that it's important to practice mindfulness. And mindfulness for some people immediately calls to mind this picture of meditation, and you just sort of picture like a yogi in a silent room on a cushion, canceling all their thoughts. But mindfulness is something that we can practice every day. It's as simple as being aware of the present moment, noticing your thoughts without judgment, and just carving out time in your day to be in whatever moment that you're in right then and there.
Okay, I love it. So for our audience, we have thousands of people who watch each and every morning, Allie. Let's talk about ways that people can just do this wherever they are, whether they're at work, at home, maybe waiting in the doctor's office, what have you.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of my favorite things is to pick up something that you do every day. Brushing your teeth, waiting in the school pickup line, something that you're going to do on a recurring basis, and let that be your reminder to practice mindfulness. And mindfulness is as simple as stopping, taking a breath, observing, noticing what's going on, and then proceeding, moving forward with more awareness of the present moment. So one of my favorite things to do is just when I'm sitting at my desk at work is take a moment, kind of drop what I'm doing, notice how my feet feel in my shoes, notice the temperature of the air on my skin, take a moment and take a few deep breaths. Notice how my breath feels traveling in through my nose and how it feels leaving my body. And then just doing a full body scan and noticing what changed after practicing a few moments of mindfulness and awareness.
I like that. It seems pretty simple. And tell me about how doing that for a few minutes each and every day, how that can reduce stress.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. There are so many studies out there and more coming out each and every day that talk about how mindfulness can actually rewire our brains. So there's a study from the National Institute of Health that shows that practicing mindfulness and meditation can actually help with the areas of our mind that are responsible for processing emotions and retaining memory. So there are some really proven benefits to taking this time, carving it out in your day. It's also been noted in various studies that practicing mindfulness for as few as 5 minutes a day can help reduce perceived stress by 40%, which is a pretty staggering statistic. I would take a 40% reduction in stress any day. So definitely super simple to take 5 minutes of your day. And fortunately, there are so many resources nowadays to practice, especially with May being Mental Health Awareness Month. There are so many platforms that are offering ways to practice meditation, one of which is the Lifetime digital app. It's free to members and non-members. I just did mine this morning. I love to do it when I'm waiting for school pickup line. It's a great one to just plug in during your day. And like I said, it's just 5 minutes. Some of them are moving meditations where we're getting you moving with your breath. Some are more still where you can practice them seated in a waiting room, like you mentioned, and you're just noticing your breath work and tapping into your physical body. So lots of different variations that you can take. Also, some of my favorites are walking meditations. I know the weather's finally getting nice enough to get back outside and walk. So put on a walking meditation from the Lifetime digital app next time you go and let me know how it goes.
I love everything that you're saying. It sounds fantastic. It sounds great. What about meditation? A lot of people might be intimidated to try it. They think, oh, well, I can't sit still for more than a minute without like thinking about everything, and my mind freaks out and it's going a million miles an hour. How do we get to the point where we can practice meditation, Allie?
Yeah, and honestly, the people who are having a mile a minute thoughts or feel like I'm not a good candidate for meditation because I can't sit still, you're the perfect candidate for meditation. So meditation is a practice of noticing. I always tell my students, it's not the absence of thought, it's noticing the thought. So a great analogy that I had a teacher once explain to me is imagine sitting sort of behind a waterfall and let your thoughts just be the water that falls right in front of you. So you're noticing them, you're seeing them, but you're not attaching yourselves to them. Or if you are, you just sort of label it like, okay, I just thought about my grocery list. Let's bring it back to where I am right now. And one of the easiest ways to bring yourself back to the present moment is taking a deep, slow, intentional breath and just saying to yourself, inhale, exhale. And repeating that a few times. And again, it's so natural for all of us when we're practicing meditation, even those of us who practice daily, to have moments where our mind wanders. It's important to give ourselves grace and practice without judgment so that we can call ourselves back to the present moment and say, okay, I went and thought about what I have to do later today. Let me call myself back to where I am right now with my breath. Inhale through my nose, exhale slowly through my mouth, something like that. We can bring you right back. And it's easy to just take a moment, label the thought, and move forward.
I love the waterfall That allegory sounds great. I mean, it's a great analogy, and I'm going to try that after we're done here.
Amazing. Love it.
Yes, absolutely. Final thoughts. I mean, is there a place where people can go online and maybe kind of learn more about this, practicing meditation, mindfulness, reducing stress through these kind of different techniques?
Absolutely. As I previously mentioned, the Lifetime digital app is totally free to members and non-members. So if you're not a member of Lifetime, don't feel like you still can't download that app from the App Store, log in. And then within there, we have a challenge going on during May. It's to practice meditation every day, and it's literally just 5 minutes. So once you log into the app, one of the first things that you'll see is that practice for mindfulness. I would encourage you guys to drill into that, check it out. And beyond May, this will be available, again, free to members and non-members for you to check it out. They've got various different types and lengths of meditation. So once you get more comfortable with 5 minutes, you might bump up to 10 minutes on a day that you have a little bit more time and see how your mind reacts to a little bit more space and intentionality in those times. We also have classes here during the month of May at Lifetime. So if you're interested in trying out a class, all of our instructors are incorporating 5 minutes of mindfulness at the end of class. So if you want to just kind of get your toes wet, see what it's about, see, like, can I really do it? A great way to practice is, first of all, to get out of your mind and into your body by doing some physical exercise, coming to a class, and then we'll wrap up the class with 5 minutes of intentional meditation or mindfulness. And I think that you'll find it's a lot less daunting than you think it is.
Allie Parker, Lifetime Fitness yoga studio leader in Collierville. Thank you so much. This was excellent. Lots of information, chock full there. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A construction wave is sweeping across the U.S., and it's fueled by a number of different things. It's fueled by AI. It's fueled by onshore construction, infrastructure upgrades, and the urgent need for affordable housing. I want to talk to someone more about this boom that we're seeing, this development boom, and how we can all get involved. I'm joined right now in the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Nolik Forrest. She is a corporate affairs officer with Amrise. Nolik, good to see you, and tell me a little bit more about this boom headed our way. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. As you mentioned, there was about a $2 trillion investment in the U.S. annually to basically support the construction momentum that's going on. And we really see 3 long-term trends that are driving this. One of them is the modernization of infrastructure, with a lot of infrastructure that can be up to 100 years old across the U.S. But also in the commercial market, what we're seeing is advanced manufacturing really coming back to the U.S. And we're building factories. For instance, in Tennessee, we're right now part of building the Ford Blue Oval battery plant. But also we see chip factories, data centers, warehouses, distribution centers. It's just really booming across the nation. And in the residential market, there is a 5 million housing gap in the U.S. that really needs to be bridged. But also the building stock is about 40 years old on average. So there's a huge opportunity to retrofit a lot of homes to make them future-proof so that, our families are safe.
That's a lot of good news, Nolik. I mean, you mentioned everything there, this building boom that's hitting the U.S. How can people here in Memphis in the Mid-South get involved?
Well, I think that Amrise is coming to the market serving a whole range of construction projects, from the new Tennessee Titans football stadium to factories like the Ford battery plant. I think what's important is to make sure that you use the most advanced building solutions so that you're future-proofing everything you build for today, but also for tomorrow. So Amrise is here to be your partner of choice.
And tell us a little bit more about Amrise.
So Amrise is going to be the largest building solutions company that is 100% focused on the North American market, so focused on the US and Canada. We are going to be providing building solutions as a partner of choice to professional builders, from foundation to rooftop, so from concrete all the way to advanced roofing systems and wall systems and decking. And we really are serving all construction markets, from infrastructure to residential, commercial, new build, repair and refurbishment. And we have 1,000 facilities across the region so that we can serve customers in every single state. So we really want to be the partner of choice for professional builders.
So we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here in the Memphis area. So that's West Tennessee, that's Eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi. Anything else you'd like to mention to those folks who are watching right now?
Well, I think that Amrise is going to be the local to local building partner of choice. So we're here for all of your building needs, from schools to homes to highways and bridges. We're here to make sure that we can advance the built environment to improve everybody's lives. So reach out to Amrise if you have any building need.
Okay, Nolik Forrest, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.